Rich Mitch, I love you. Yeah, buddy! Everybody in the chat, we love you too. Rich Mitch, what's up, buddy? Thank you for having me here.
Yes, thank you for having me here. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much, Rich. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, and I appreciate anyone that sent me a birthday message today. It's unbelievable, really. Wow. A little bit overwhelming, a little bit emotional, I'll tell you. I'm not one that normally shares my birthday. I think a big part of that is just I carried a lot of like shame and guilt and never wanting to be seen, because the only time I was ever saw was when I was doing something wrong. So
Yeah.
I just never wanted to be noticed, and I played really small my whole life.
No, I get what you're saying.
But that's changing for me, you know, it's changing.
Yeah.
And it's nice to connect with humans on a positive emotion.
Yes, it's nice. That's something I didn't used to like my birthday either. But when everyone's like being genuinely nice to you and stuff like that, it's nice.
It is, and that's really the meaning of human connection. You know, we all kind of crave that in one way or another, and there's many ways to share that, right? Just like small gestures of love. I'll tell you really quick. I got first two texts I got this morning were both from ex-wives, and I was like, you know, my first thought was like my asshole started going like this, but then I realized, oh, it's my birthday, and they literally came minutes of each other. But then I got like a bunch of other messages on Facebook and Instagram and even YouTube and WhatsApp of a lot of people just wishing me happy birthday, and you know, just something really quick and just to remember you and just to say hello. And you know, even when I checked the messages from the exes, it was like, you know, it's nice. It's nice that you can still have a relationship like this with somebody who you were obviously in a relationship with that deteriorated at some point. And when relationship deteriorates, it's usually because it didn't work out. You know, something wrong happened. And to be able to hold this still, I mean, I won't say that we're close or anything, but it's still, there's a lot of respect there, right? And these are just small gestures of love from a distance, right? It doesn't need to be a romantic love, but it's just like, hey, you know what? You're a part of my life. Happy birthday. It wasn't even that. It was just like, happy birthday. Have a great day. That as simple as that, right?
Just it's the thought that counts. It literally is the thought that counts. That the fact that someone's thinking about you.
And I really appreciated that. And it just goes to show you can have disagreements with people. You may not agree with everything people have to say, but you still have that respect for them, right? There's ways of getting through hardship. And you know, to maintain a relationship like that with an ex, it requires a little bit of work. You know, you need to cultivate something like that. It doesn't happen on its own. So it's nice. It's nice. I appreciate all the messages I got today. Thank you, everybody. It was really nice.
I think you appreciate these things as you get older as well, don't you?
Absolutely. I wouldn't have appreciated this, you know, just as little as 2 or 3 years ago. They probably would have made me upset or angry or, you know, but you learn from relationships. That's the biggest thing I've taken out from all of my relationships is the lessons. You know, there's no point getting angry. There's no point, you know, of course, feelings are going to get hurt, but we're all adults. And you need to take out the lesson. You know, what did you learn from this? And how can you improve? Otherwise, the pain is just for nothing.
Yeah. That's a very, very good, honest assessment of it. Really, you have to learn.
Yeah, after my first marriage fell apart, I just ended up bitter and resentful, and I really didn't learn anything. It was it was just like I was angry and really angry, and I thought my feelings were valid, and what I was feeling was valid, but it wasn't okay to treat people projecting my anger towards them. And I never went to
Yeah,
therapy, never considered therapy. I thought therapy was for wimps or suckers, or it wasn't a manly thing to go to therapy. So I took that anger into the following relationships, and it showed, right? You can't hide
yeah,
that. And
yeah. It does. It starts to consume you as well.
yeah. It starts to run your life, and you can't run from it. You can't hide from it. And your partner obviously expects you to act one way, and you don't agree with that way. So you end up doing things that you don't necessarily align with. And that just makes you even more angry. Like you want to be in a relationship, you want to felt wanted and needed, but you end up betraying yourself out of that anger. So after the second one fell apart, that's when I went to therapy, and I can say therapy is the greatest thing I've ever done. And
Yes.
there's obviously this stigma about therapy, right?
Yeah.
There's shame and guilt involved, and nobody wants to admit it, but I think everybody could benefit from a little bit of therapy.
Absolutely. I agree with that totally. I think everybody should have like therapy. Not everybody needs it. Or you can get through life without it, but it's not like air and water, but it will make life more worth living, and
Yeah.
enjoyable and
If
pleasant and
if
passable.
your emotions are running your life, if your anger is dictating, if you're unhappy, there's reasons to that. And there's ways to align that. It's just like going to taking your car for a wheel alignment, right? If your car
Yeah,
starts steering off, you want to get that fixed, and your life is no different. Your life is way more important than the wheel alignment. Get your life aligned.
yeah,
And life is much easier that way. At least
yes.
for me, it's become much easier.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. Like, I think um I think a lot of people who don't have it, people who are the most adamant that they won't have it, are some of the people who need it the most. Um, and whether there's a subconscious sort of like resistance, because they know they need it. Um, you find a lot of people who won't go to therapy, or some people who like sabotage themselves as well, um, to keep themselves in that negative cycle, because that gives them like a form of like validation. It's the it's like the schema that's been like the schematic
Yeah.
that's been laid down for them since they were a child, like a negative feedback loop. At least it reinforces the fact that you exist.
And it's the
You
only
know?
validation they get, and they'll
Yeah,
take it because that validation is better than no validation. And
exactly.
yeah, that's the only way they'll be seen, or I would have been seen, is through that negative loop. And that's why I was never wanted to share my birthday. I never wanted to be noticed.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, top 10 influencers in need of therapy. I'll let you guys take that one.
Yeah,
I'm
that's it.
out. I'm out.
That's it.
I've done
That's
enough
it.
top 10 lists. One was
Honestly,
enough.
I'm considering doing a top pickups of the year video. Um,
Yeah.
but
There's nothing wrong with that. And I'll probably do one too, by all means.
it's just
But
when it's every single video.
when it turns into a career, like people start to
Yes.
notice. Everybody likes a good top 10. There's nothing wrong, but if you make it a career, you fucked, right?
Yes. It is. I totally agree. It's like you fucked up somewhere. Um, if you can only do top tens, you're just rearranging the jigsaw, really. You know what I mean? It's getting
Yeah.
different pieces, the same pieces to fit in a different way. It's like doing a Sudoku. Um, Someone wants to be unblocked. What's
Like
blocking
this
you, Floral Notes?
like the stream, like the birthday stream. Thank you for being
That's
here.
right.
Let us know where you're watching from and let us know your scent of the day. Rich, what are you wearing? I know what
Today
you're
I
wearing, but
went.
share with the stream.
Oh my God! Today I went with Rien by Eta Libre d'Orange, and it has kicked my tits in.
And the perfumer
I
is?
Antoine Lee. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, yes. I'm very familiar with Monsieur Antoine Lee. Yes, yes.
Monsieur.
Right.
It's
Why did you decide to go with Rien? I mean,
I,
nothing.
it had been staring at us for a while, and it was a little cold today, and I knew I wasn't going to be around anyone who would be offended. So I decided to put Rien on. And then I put it on, and then for some reason I reapplied it about an hour later, and I've got no idea why. I just reapplied it an hour later. I ended up with about 8 sprays of fucking Rien on, and it's absolutely fucking pummeled us all day.
It's
It's
one of
been
those.
huge. It's been huge. It's really good though. Really
So
like it.
I found Rien another one of those mallets to the side of the head, but in the best way possible.
Yeah,
Huge
it
leather,
is.
huge
It is.
clove, very smoky.
Incensey, like crazy dry. Um,
Thanks, Joe.
Absolutely kicked my boobs in. Ah, Yara,
Yara.
Yara.
What's up,
Which
Yara?
are Nigel's wearing Pavarotti.
Okay, so I'll share my scent of the day, and I am wearing. Let me get my cloth out. I am wearing the
Oh, what?
best
What?
release of the century, of the 21st century. And what would be the best release of the 21st century, everybody?
Gucci pour on two.
That's right. It's a Chanel, obviously. Le Lion, by far the best release of this century so far. And I don't think anything's going to top this.
Shite.
It's that good. I wore it today, and not once did it remind me of Shalimar. Not once did it remind me of Cuir de Russie. Not once did it remind me of Coromandel. I actually think Coromandel has much more patchouli in it than this does. This is all
Yeah,
smoke,
yeah.
ambers,
Coromandel is a huge, huge
and
patch.
labdanum. This has like a smoke accord built into it. It's just not just smoky. It has its actual smoke accord, right?
Yeah,
Oh, so
I think
resinous.
I've got the vintage Shalimar. It reminds huge, huge vibes of Lilion from that for me. It's got that furriness. It's got that like that underbelly furriness going on.
Yeah.
Like giving a cat like a cuddle, like blowing bubbles on a cat's stomach sort of vibe. Do you know what I mean? It's been like on a cat's belly, as you do.
Aram, what's up,
Um,
Aram?
Hello, Aaron.
The greatest
Um,
labdanum fragrance in a fragrance ever. Yeah, I would have to agree. Another good one that I like, and we talked about the other day, was Bois d'Ansons. Great labdanum. Thanks, Aaron. This
from
Vladimir was another option for me for birthday scent of the day, but because it is Chanel month, I wanted to stick to that, and that's why I chose Le Lion. Otherwise, I probably would have gone with Musc Ravageur.
were you feeling musky today?
So I wore that. I wore that this morning, and when I came home from work, I actually went to my mom's and had a quick dinner and getting the place painted before I move in. Because I'm just kind of like prissy that way. Got to have everything painted and cleaned, and can't live in a place that's not nice. I mean, not that it wasn't nice, but came home, took a shower, and now I am in. This is number 5 Pure Parfum in the travel spray.
Ah,
And this is glorious as well. Modern. This is very modern. I
okay.
love this stuff. And you know what I can say is I do when I spray this, and then when I sprayed Le Leon earlier today, it has they share kind of this almost this aldehydic orange flower thing going on, you know, and the comparisons really stop there though.
Okay.
Just slightly, just vaguely. I think they were trying to make it as, you know, Chanel-esque as they possibly could.
Yeah. Chanel's got that sort of like you can always smell a Chanel like before you like you can always tell a Chanel like
Yeah,
when you smell it rather than have
yeah,
to be told. You don't need to be
yeah,
told something's a Chanel, do you?
yeah. No, no, the quality is impeccable, and I think it's worth the money. So
Okay.
I want to say this really quickly. I was in Samir's yesterday, Maximum Fragrance, and I'm noticing something, and it's a little bit frightening. And you know, to no fault of Samir's, this is just business, but the place was just saturated in Middle Eastern clones. They're popping up like weeds. They're everywhere. These
Yeah.
these clone brands, and I've never been conscious of it like I noticed yesterday. I was like, it's like on every corner. I thought for a moment, like, is this the future of perfume? Is creativity dead? Like, is this all we have to look forward to?
It's
It was concerning.
it's mentioned in that Ghost Perfumer book. Um,
Yeah.
just how the Middle Eastern people, all you need is a gas spectrometer, um, and then you can just rip anything apart and put it back together with cheaper ingredients. And it's a business model, um, and it's not fair. It's not right. But money talks, and if people can get what they if fair weather people, which is what most perfume business is, people getting themselves something for Christmas, getting their loved ones something for Christmas. If they can get the same smell 90% close, for a tenth of the price, then that's what they're going to do. And I'll tell you something I've said about clones before as well, right? Now, clones are theft. I wouldn't buy a clone ever. Certainly not from like a brand that makes clones. But
I'm really torn
but
on this subject. I personally am not a fan of clones. I don't want to discuss clones. I have no interest in clones. But if people, you know, if that's what people, who am I to judge if somebody else wants to wear one,
yeah,
right?
the point I would make is that the perfume brands have only got themselves to blame, like because their fucking price increases. You look at Chanel, they put their prices up 10% every year. You know what I mean? It's like fucking. It's like
They, they're
it's
not
it's
they're not
outrageous.
increasing prices if people aren't paying for them,
I don't
right?
know. It strikes me some brands want to put their prices at a certain level to give a certain prestige to their stuff.
Right?
You know, you look at Roger Dove. You can't tell me some of his perfumes are worth $3,500. They're just not.
No,
You know what I mean?
no.
They're just not. Um, People, he isn't being ripped off yet. He isn't being cloned yet because, well, one, he's a clone house, and two,
Are we going there again?
well, I mean, it's just fucking, it's just the truth, isn't it? Um, it's, I think it's the truth, I should say, to stop you from getting sued. It's what I believe to be the truth. And the second point I would make is that Roger isn't big enough to be cloned yet. Roger doesn't have one of those fragrances like a Ventus, where
Well, yeah,
where
most
something.
of his stuff is inspired, so it's going to be like a clone of an inspiration. That's a double clone, right? What is one of his original releases what's his biggest original release?
He doesn't have one. He doesn't have an original release. I mean, if you're going to choose anything, it's probably going to be something from his Middle Eastern sort of, like the
I
Ouds.
think his musk oud is pretty original. I don't know,
See, I
maybe
haven't
it's
smelled it. I
cloned
haven't
after
smelled it. I
something.
haven't smelled those ones. I haven't smelled those ones. I think his Parfums Cologne are rubbish. Really upset with those. I don't even think they use particularly good quality materials. Like, I mean, the ones I've got literally smell like Paul Monsieur and Heritage by Guerlain. That's what they are.
Right.
And it's like, why would you? I mean, anybody who rips off like a Roger Dove could easily just as easily turn around and say that they didn't rip off Roger Dove. They ripped off Guerlain. You know? It's like, I wasn't copying Roger Dove, I was copying Guerlain, and Guerlain would probably just say, I don't care. Whereas Roger Bird would have a different opinion. Apparently he sues people who say that he's not a perfumer.
Well, would he have to prove that in the court of law if he's suing somebody?
I think most people would just shit themselves as soon as they got the paper through the door. You are being sued. Oh shit. You know what I mean?
K-Flub says, I want to try the exclusives de Chanel. However, I'm afraid of going into a Chanel boutique. Would it be weird going there in normal clothing, or do I get the looks? You will most likely get the looks. However, I go in dressed the same way you see me on stream, and I do not give two fucks because I've got money to spend and I buy what I like. Even if I weren't buying something, I would not hesitate to go in and try everything you possibly can. Chances are you won't get any samples unless you buy something, though.
Yeah, they're really stingy with their samples, which is just backwards if you ask me.
Right. It's like 1 or 2 samples maximum, and that's if you're super friendly and like pull out one of their cornholes and start giving a good lick.
Yeah.
But once they get to know you and they see that you're buying stuff every so often, you'll develop like a personal relationship, and they'll start being more generous with samples.
Yeah.
That's at least what's happened with me.
That's right.
Yes, Le Lion is a very powerful perfume. I put on 2 sprays on the way to work, and I think it would have done fine. Every single breath, I can smell it with every inhale. And when I got to work, I put on 5 more sprays, and I think I overdid it. But 2 to 3 is very powerful. I don't know if it's like Parfum X strength, but it is very loud. It is very aggressive. It's very unlike Chanel.
It's their Middle Eastern offering, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which isn't ideal for a brand like Chanel to start doing stuff like that, but there we are. Because that's not their gimmick at all, is it? You know what I mean? Like, they're not the type of brand to start doing. I don't think you'll ever see Chanel do an oud.
You know what? This is their take on oud. This is as much oudy as they'll get without them actually using the term oud or agar or whatever.
Yeah.
This is their oud. Oud is perception. Western perfume, they don't use real oud. This is their perception of oud, and we can all perceive it differently. But there's just enough smoke in here and charred woods that if they did call this oud de Chanel, nobody would complain. Nobody would flinch.
Yeah. I think with Chanel as well, they're vertically integrated. So they make everything themselves. And for Chanel to get a foothold in somewhere and grow their own oud would be a nightmare for them, I think.
Right.
Because you would have to learn about oud. You would have to learn about this ancient material from dot, and you would have to go somewhere into an environment where they would say, why should I teach you about these things when you won't actually buy them off us? You just want to use our materials and then take them away from us and like not pay us,
Yeah.
Because you find with most brands, what they'll do is they'll buy the oud off someone else, and Chanel don't want to do that.
Right.
Chanel want their own oud. Chanel would like a Chanel oud. And keeping oud such like it can vary wildly from like year to year. Plus, it takes a long time to craft. Like it takes a long time to brew an oud. Like from growing the tree to infecting the tree to getting it to getting it out of the tree
to make it sustainable.
To make it sustainable, it's gonna be a nightmare for them. Like so. if they were ever going to do it, they would probably want to go for a synthetic, and it would be a nightmare for them. I just don't think oud's worth the hassle for them. You know?
Well, you're talking about real oud, but you can still make a perception oud, right? A fairy tale oud.
I cannot see Chanel asking their sales associates to say, "We made a synthetic oud, isn't it great?"
Right.
You know,
but this is their oud.
Just not in the Chanel playbook.
Without calling it oud.
No, I understand that.
They didn't release this in the Middle East without a phantom oud note for no reason. You know, there's a reason this was exclusive to the Middle East for however long it was. This is as close to oud as you can get without having a real oud in it. This is as oudy as Agar Ibn by Hermes.
Hold on a second. I don't know that I've smelled that one. Have they discontinued that light? Have they discontinued
is more oud than Dior's purple oud, or whatever number Dior's released.
I'll tell you something. Dior uses a fake oud.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Thierry Wasser openly said when I saw Wasser at the Toronto boutique and Santal Royale was out, like I knew it was a synthetic, and I asked him straight out. And he didn't deny it for a moment. Like instantly, he's like norlimbinol came out of his mouth, and he says every single Western brand is using a norlimbinol to replicate oud. You know, he wasn't shy about it. Catherine Imhoff, I got your Christmas card. Thank you so much. Very thoughtful of you.
That's nice.
Yeah. Hey, y'all.
We like Catherine in this house, don't we?
Yeah, I like Catherine. I like Catherine a lot. She's been here a long time. She's been a long time viewer.
Yeah, she's spot on. We like Catherine. I always like it when Catherine appears in the comments.
Thank you, Hill. Hill's a sweetheart as well. Look at this handsome man and this dashing duck. I'm assuming she's talking about you and I.
Oh, yes. I hope she's talking about, well, I must be the handsome man and you must be the dashing duck.
That's exactly what I had in mind. So another thing I noticed, I did a little bit of like scantering around perfume shops yesterday. Vintage prices have gone through the roof. And I think this is all you're doing. I think what is happening are retailers are finding out, like they're realizing what they have on their hands, and it is gold. It is absolute gold.
Yeah. I do think I have got it. I'll tell you something. I do think I have got in there as early as time. Absolutely, as early as I've left it as late as I purely can do. And I think of everything that's been said recently and the amount of noise I've made about vintage and the amount of noise that has been coming from other people about vintage, and they've seen like not just the sellers but the buyers as well, about how like rabid like the people who are into vintage are. That's beautiful, isn't it?
$279.
Whoa.
Okay. Yeah. 279 Canadian dollars. 100 mil eau de toilette. This was going for probably about $150 2 years ago.
Christ.
There was the Vol de Nuit in the gold canister. Let me find it. $320. There we go. $320. I think again $150 like just a couple of years ago.
Bonkers. Madness, isn't it?
So prices are definitely they're plateauing. And I think it's going to come to a point where they're unsustainable.
Yes. I think you're right. There's it's bonkers. It's gonna get it's gonna get to a point where it's unsustainable and people just won't pay it, you know what I mean? It's the same with everything. It's trying to catch the curve on the way up.
Happy birthday to you too, Tara. Sorry, just wanted to say happy birthday to Tara. It was her birthday a couple days ago.
Oh, happy birthday, Tara. How are you? Haven't seen Tara for a long time. It's nice. She is
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I think she's taken some time off after one of her dogs. She lost one of her dogs, so which is the right
Oh
thing to
no.
do. If that's why she's gone, I don't know.
Yeah, they're like one of the
But
family, aren't they?
yeah, absolutely. I can imagine how hard that must have been.
Yeah, yeah. You see, people like you get like a few days off work now. You can apply in this
Yeah,
in
3
this
days
country.
paid off.
Yeah, yeah. You get like bereavement for like when a family pet dies and that. You know what I mean? It's like it's a
Yeah,
serious thing. Like you know, for some people, like I'll tell you what it is, and I totally understand it. Some people get on with animals better than humans, like, and with good reason a lot of the time as well. You know what I mean?
mm.
Um, I was watching. If anyone knows who Roy Keane is, he was like a really famous captain of a sports team over here, and they were talking. They were talking about like on the pitch. Should you like if one of your teammates makes a mistake, like what's the right way to deal with it? Should you like go over there and try and console them and G them up, or should you like dig them out? Should you be like, you shit, you've dropped a bollock? And Roy Keane was like, you should definitely. It depends on the type of mistake. But he was like, if you're going over there and they've made an absolutely rotten error and it was totally unavoidable, and you don't fucking dig them out, he was like, it's absolutely wrong. He was like, if you want a friend, buy a dog. Do you know what I mean? He was like,
Right.
if you want blind loyalty, buy a dog. He was like, if you want to win something, if you want to be like an elite fucking sports person, like you need to be like shouting and screaming at people when they do something wrong. I
You
thought
think
that
that
was
would
a really.
inspire them
It depends what type of. It depends on the character. Some people
on
need
the
shouting and screaming at.
personality?
Yeah, it depends entirely on the personality. Some people need shouting and screaming at, and some people need an arm around the shoulder. And it's a leader's job. If you want to be a leader, like a captain of a sports team, it's your job to figure out other people's personalities.
Yeah, and you got about
And
1 second to decide that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. What they need. Do you need to kick up the arse? Do you? And it's on the person who makes the mistake. How do
Some
you
people
take?
would some people would crumble under that pressure.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have to wonder, are you in the right place if you're gonna crumble under that sort of pressure? Carrot or stick? Like Nigel says, do you respond better to the carrot or the stick?
When Le Leon first arrived at Chanel, the worker asked me to spray it outside of the Chanel section. Wow. Oh man.
I'll tell you, that says a lot, doesn't it? It's very un-Chanel, isn't it?
It is in the best way. I'm so absolutely thrilled that this is in a Chanel bottle. I mean, I'm cultivating. I'm done with relationships. I'm done with women or men or any kind of people. I just want to cultivate with my Le Leon and Chanel. That's it.
Oh,
I'm happy.
oh my God. Oh my God. Can I show
I'm
you what I
happy.
got yesterday?
Show me.
Right, hold
This
on,
is my
because
baby. This is my baby. This is what I'm nurturing. Okay.
I feel totally the same way, but about something totally different. Hold on a second. I got
Done
Christmas
with
present.
relationships. At least for the time being. Don't get me wrong. Love is beautiful, and hopefully one day I'll find love again. I definitely would love to fall in love sometime. In no hurry, but for now, I'm going to love Chanel. What
This is
is
who I
that?
love at the. This is
Did you get
who
a
I
new?
love at the
Did you get a
minute.
puppy?
Sort of. It's a seal puppy.
Tell us about that.
My friend got us a seal for me Christmas. Because I love to share seal content in the group, and I'm a big fan of a seal. And so my friend was like, "Oh, you're going to send us loads of seal, are you?" Here's an actual plush seal,
It looks like
and
a
so
fish, like one of those prune fish.
dangerously close. Wants to boop the snoot for Eva. Um, it is. It's a little round seal. I can't tell you how smooth it is. It's so plush. I called it Celia.
Celia.
I called it Celia. Celia the seal. Oh, fucking good. It's a good seal. Apparently, it's a boy though. But we do live in
How can you
2021.
tell? Did you check?
I don't know. I'll tell you what. I can check, but I'm not finding much. It's got a tail, unless it's Willie's on its back.
Oh.
It's got a couple of flippers, but I can't tell you how smooth he is. He's so smooth, such a smooth seal, fantastic.
Thoughts on Chanel's Eagle East? Brilliant. It's brilliant.
So I was reading a book. I was reading that Ghost Perfumer book. Apparently, Chanel lost $50 million on the release of Egoist because they didn't do any market research, and they didn't find out that nobody actually wanted them to release Egoist. So they just lost. They must have made it up over the years since, because it's a brilliant fragrance.
Yeah, it's brilliant to enthusiasts, to people like you and me, but it's not something that would be very successful in mass appeal. It's not something that the majority of people, it wouldn't test high in market testing. Let's say that. It is complex and it is slightly challenging. It's not an easy perfume to wear.
It is different. I think you can get away with it. Do you know what it is? I actually think I would be surprised if people smelled that and they didn't like it. I think Egoist is like a really. I think for me, Platinum Egoist is an
sharp and high pitched.
I can't remember that.
I don't know if it's an easy perfume to love. Like, in the same way, Cocoa isn't an easy perfume either. I mean, it's a massive perfume and many people love it, but it's not an easy perfume.
I think it's quite easy to love. I mean, I found it easy to love. So I mean, whether I'm just projecting that onto the world, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I really love it.
Thank you, Anuj. Good to see you.
Anuj. Hello, Anuj. You're miles behind in the comments. You're about 5 minutes off.
Thank you, Jeremy.
If Nigel's listening, I will lend you that book, mate.
False. False. Oh, so, talking about Ghost Perfumer, I did reach out to Gabe Oppenheim, and he agreed to come on a very soon stream. He just needs 1 day advance notice so he can get prepared. And I thought, okay, that's great. So you and I will connect and we'll decide when's a good time. Maybe we can arrange tomorrow or Thursday, or it'll be soon though. And I look forward to having.
We do it on Christmas Eve if you want. If people are, I don't know if people would watch a stream on Christmas Eve.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he'd be free on Christmas Eve.
I don't know what his plans are, but I'd have to be back in touch with him. But yes,
that sounded better in my head than it did out loud. I'm not going to lie.
You and me can come back and probably just make it more of a cozy stream. I don't know if he's going to be okay. Like, he might have family or stuff to do. Christmas Eve is funny and touchy with a lot of people, right?
No, I do. I know what you mean. That did definitely sound better in my head than it did when I said it out loud. It sounded like a great idea, and that turned out, loads of people have got stuff. That's usually when you have like friends, you usually have family on Christmas Day, but you usually have friends on like Christmas Eve or Boxing Day,
Right.
A bit of an awkward one.
Mr. Calvin, happy birthday, Eugene.
Unbelievable. All right, Catherine. Mr. Calvin, fucking outrageous.
Does Mr. Calvin have an identity, or is this like a persona that we don't know who it is? There's so many.
I know who Mr. Calvin is. I don't know who's behind Mr. Calvin, but I know who Mr. Calvin is. You just ask Chad.
Mr. Calvin is the puppet, isn't it?
Mr. Calvin is the black puppet with a white man up his bum.
Right, but do we know the person behind this account?
No.
Okay.
Could be Chad, but I doubt it. Chad was scarred for life by Mr. Calvin.
I don't know the story behind that.
I'll send you the link afterwards.
Okay.
It's pretty special.
Thank you.
But I'll tell Catherine Imoff has just made a great point. Have you seen that Johnny Depp has been replaced as the face of?
Yes, I've actually brought this out to talk about it. And
we didn't plan this.
Sorry, go on. Finish what you're going to say. Like, set it up, introduce it.
we weren't planning on talking about this at all, but somebody had shared with me that Johnny Depp has been replaced by a football player or a soccer player, if you're American, called Kylian Mbappe as the face of Eau Sauvage. For me, that is a terrible decision. I'll tell you why, right? I'll tell you why. Because I've literally stood at the Dior fragrance counter and heard people come in and say, "Have you got the Johnny Depp fragrance?"
Yeah.
And it's not Sauvage, it's not Dior. Have you got the Johnny Depp fragrance? Right? And it's not. I'll tell you something else as well. It's not just at the Dior counter that you'll hear this. Right? You'll hear this at just a general You'll hear this at a general like any perfume counter. You know, like they can go up to like the Versace counter and be like, "Oh, where's the Johnny Depp one?" And they'll be like, "Oh, it's by Dior." Do you know what I mean? It's like you can be stood at Creed. Depp was the spirit of Sauvage. Again, Catherine's right. It's. I mean, all the adverts. I mean, they're still putting adverts out with like Johnny Depp on with the elixir. He's doing the voiceover.
So are they making distance from Johnny Depp because of some of the things that he's going on? That's
I
going
mean,
on with him personally, or is
I
this
think I think they might just be trying to make it appeal to a younger audience. Johnny Depp isn't who he was 10 years ago. You know,
my first my
um,
my first thought was new perfumer, new direction, and maybe FK has something to do with this. FK
mm,
is this is the death of Dior, and you see it right there with Mbappe, right? And
yeah,
commercialization. Hi, Eva.
maybe.
Happy
I'll tell
birthday to
you.
Eva as well. Yesterday was Eva's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Eva! I didn't
Yeah,
know
so
that.
wish
But
Eva
hell, it's
happy
everybody's
birthday.
birthday, isn't it?
Eva turned, I won't say the age, but she turned the
Okay.
same age as Tara did the day before. So happy birthday to both of yous. I hope
Wow.
you guys had a lovely birthday.
Outrageous. It's
Outrageous. Yeah, lots of
yeah,
birthdays.
yeah,
Lots of Sagittarius
three,
in the house.
three in a row. But I'll tell you, um, Nigel's made a good point here as well. It's like time waits for nobody. Johnny Depp's like kicking on for 60. He might
Yeah.
not look it, but he's in his mid to late 50s. Johnny Depp, you know. Um,
Right. He still looks great though.
he looks better than I do, and I'm 36. You know what I mean? He's got a good 20 years on me, Johnny Depp, and he still looks better than I do. You know what I mean? He's
What do you mean by that?
what Johnny Depp?
I think you're a handsome bloke.
Yeah, I know, but he's got more hair than I have, and
That
he's
doesn't
got
mean
fucking
anything. That
he's
doesn't mean
skinnier, and
anything.
I think a lot of what's happened with I think a lot of what's happened with Johnny Depp's got to do with the Amber Heard sort of like divorce and like the whole trial that they went through in London, whether like the papers could call him a wife beater, and he lost that case. So the newspapers can call him a wife beater.
Yeah.
The media can call him a wife beater. And does Dior want to hang the hat on that? I mean, to be honest, that fucking Amber Heard was a shit. Um, that Amber Heard, if you've read like anything about it, it's not good. I mean, she comes off worse than he does, but at the same time, Dior going for a new Dior going for a new younger kid, the new kid on the block, the rising superstar rather than the fallen superstar.
Yeah, but
Um,
Johnny Depp was in a place of a lot of attention right now, and a lot of that attention could have been diverted Dior's way. And I always thought like even negative attention is better than no attention at all. It's still bringing eyes and ears to your brand.
no, I
Regardless,
do.
people are still
I
talking about
understand that.
you and your connection to Johnny Depp.
Yeah, it's the thing is, it'll always be the Johnny Depp perfume. But they're obviously pushing for a younger market. Um, I mean, Sauvage came out in 2015, so that's like 7 years ago. Well, it's kicking on for 7 years ago. The people who wore Sauvage
have now got to the point where they're going to be too old to wear like Savage. They'll be getting sick of it. So they're probably trying to push it onto a newer market. Catherine made another good point in the chat saying that Kylian Mbappe is going to have no market influence in the US at all.
Nobody knows who he is.
No one gives a shit who he is in North America. But in the rest of the world,
handsome guy, but he doesn't have the star power as Johnny Depp. Not in the US or Canada either.
No, it's around the world. In Europe, he does. In Asia, he will, because the Asian people love soccer. Like South America, he will. He's young. He's French. I think he's. I want to say this. I think he's 22. He's about to sign for Real Madrid. He's going to the biggest football team in the world. His star is definitely on the rise, but he's not Johnny Depp. He's not Johnny Depp at all. Johnny Depp brings you a certain, Johnny Depp's like one of the most successful. I mean, if they'd got The Rock, you know what I mean? Like, if they'd got Dwayne Johnson, that would have been a better idea. But Kylian Mbappe's going to be cheaper than Johnny Depp and The Rock.
You, Rich Mitch, are the head of Dior. You get to play God, and you have this magic wand. Who do you hire as the face of Savage?
Oh, that's a hell of a fucking question, that.
Man, I thought you had an answer for everything.
Well, I think I've already answered it. I would possibly go for The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, but I don't know if Dwayne Johnson doesn't have that sort of. He doesn't have that sort of. Can you imagine him winning an Oscar? You see, he hasn't got. He's not that type of actor.
I don't think he has that sex appeal that Johnny Depp or Mbappe have.
It's a different kind of sex appeal, isn't it? It's a different kind of vibe they've got. Appeal. Yeah, exactly. He's got that sort of. He's a bigger man as well, you know. Like Dior and they all like the skinny, toned sort of vibe, rather than the slightly edgy sort of bloke. The Rock's very clean cut.
Here, Justin makes what about Cristiano Ronaldo?
No, he's a complete shithouse, and he's got a rape accusation hanging over him.
Ah, that's right.
There's a huge rape accusation hanging over him.
He is the biggest recognizable footballer around the world.
Yeah, he's probably got the biggest brand as a footballer. Yes, but I mean, the amount of money they'd have to pay Ronaldo. I mean, Kylian Mbappe. You're going to get the most for your money out of Mbappe because he's a rising star. He's a growing commodity. So they could have paid him less and got as value for money. They would have got the best out of Kylian Mbappe. Johnny, you don't know what Johnny Depp was asking for. Johnny Depp might have been asking for silly money. Oh, Tom Brady. He's an old man as well. Who would you get?
Yeah, a lot of the faces that Chanel's hired, I've never heard of them before they became named. I've heard of Keira Knightley, obviously, but this Gaspard Ulliel, I don't know who he was before I seen his first mysterious Bleu commercial.
Bleu.
Yeah, Bleu. How about Messi?
No.
Yeah,
Messi's too short. Messi's too short.
Yeah.
He just hasn't got. He hasn't got that. What they want is someone European, or they want someone sophisticated, Johnny Depp. To a lot of people, is sophisticated.
I don't think Mbappe is the worst choice because he will appeal to the younger crowd, and that's exactly what Savage is. It's a great fragrance for the young lad.
Yes.
Anything over 20 years old, you're already moving on to something more interesting and complex and less mass appealing, something with more character.
I think Mbappe will carry it for the people who are Mbappe will carry it for the people who are from the ages of 7 or 8 all the way up to the ages of about 24, 25.
Right.
And that must be the target market.
Right.
They're banking on him being the world's best player as well.
Yeah,
could have
I
got. I
mean,
mean,
he's
sorry,
good looking, he's stylish, he's athletic, kids look
he's
up to
French.
him. So he's yeah,
He's
I don't
French.
know. I don't know anything about that.
I think I'll tell you, Christian Joe's a French brand, and if they
Mm,
can get a Frenchman, it shows like patriotism.
yeah,
Um,
right.
there's 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 like it depends what like you want to give off as well. With it being a blue fragrance and having a sports star, it's like that marries together. Better than, I mean, when you smell it, I mean, you've got to be honest. I've got to be honest. Like having like Johnny Depp, who's like a smackhead, he's like a heroin addict. Johnny Depp, like,
I don't
or
know
he
anything about
was
that. I don't read
really.
headlines or no. Mm,
He's
I
he's
don't
got
follow
like
those tabloids or publications.
he's like it's a better fit. Killian Mbappe's like a better fit for that type of fragrance because Sauvage is like what they call a gym fragrance. I don't think there's any such thing as a gym fragrance, but you know what I mean.
China.
Hello. So
Uh,
Mbappe just seems a more natural fit, but I don't think I don't think it'll have the same success as an ad campaign with Kylian Mbappe
it's
as the head
it's
of it.
weird to see a Sauvage bottle without Johnny Depp's face on it now. It'll
Yeah,
take a little while to get used to it.
absolutely. Like I said, I think it'll always be the Johnny Depp fragrance. Like,
Yeah, that's
um,
what it'll be remembered as.
yeah, it's it's a strange one that. Yeah.
So I tried
Mm.
something interesting yesterday, a vintage that came across over at Samir's, and it was Ungaro Pour L'Homme. Let me show you a picture. I did a little bit of sniffing, and that was probably my favorite thing of the day.
Okay.
And after some research, so that's what the bottle looks like.
Hello.
Ungaro
So that's Ungaro Pour One.
Pour
There's a
L'Homme.
three.
Oh, the
Yeah,
toilette.
Pour
Ungaro
Okay.
Pour L'Homme. And after some research, I discovered this is a Jacques Polge. And I was like, no wonder it appeals to me. No wonder I'm drawn. I just kept going back to it like the whole day. And I loved it, like really loved it. And it was a soapy aldehydic floral with obviously some mosses and some earth tones in it, but it was absolutely gorgeous. I don't know. Is that number one or there's three of them?
Yeah. There's a lot of conflicting information in the chat.
Yes, I see two, I see one, I see three. But this all it says is Ungaro pour L'Homme. It doesn't have a number next to it, so I imagine it's number one.
Yeah.
And it really says Ungaro one is a Damashi, which all of a sudden I don't like it as much anymore. I'm kidding, of course. It was beautiful, like stunning. Yeah, I can see maybe a Polish Damashi collaboration.
So apparently it's number two, and apparently number one is red. This is according to Ramsey, and I trust that. And Rudy's saying it's number two as well. So
I tried number three, and I wasn't as obsessed with three as this one. Three was like a rose and vodka accord, and I was just like,
yes.
It did nothing for me. But the moment I smelt this, I was like, I must have it. I think I'm gonna go back tomorrow to pick it up. But while I'm there, I think I'm also gonna get that Crazy Moods that all you vintage hounds keep hyping up.
What's that?
Crazy Moods.
I wore that last week. I'm so surprised that you haven't got that already. Did you smell it?
I think I smelt it briefly in passing, like amongst a ton of other things.
Yeah, get that on your end. See how it is.
Ramsey says three sucks vodka as well. I'm not a fan of boozy notes in perfume. I can handle vodka, but anything like sweet, like liqueurish, I don't want it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah, there. The price just went up $30. We'll stop talking about vintage. Maybe
Yes.
I'll stop buying vintage for a few months and prices will crash. It's like, the stock, you have the inside scoop,
Yes.
right? You guys all
Yeah.
get together and formulate.
That's right. What is it?
Come up with a
Insider
plan.
trading. Insider trading. It's I'm gonna stop buying vintage in the new year. I'm moving on to samples. I'm moving on to samples. I'm moving on to samples, and I'm gonna start buying some more modern stuff.
The expert is here. That bottle is Ungaro 2, yellowish cap.
Ah.
But it doesn't say 2. It just says Pour l'homme.
Pour il homme. Have a look. Keep yawning. Stop that. Does it have a box?
That. What's that?
Does it have a box?
It has a box.
What does the box say?
I don't have the box. I just
Oh,
have
you
a
don't have the
picture of
box.
the bottle. Anush says only the box has the numbers. So the boxes are numbered. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Lucky we have Anush here. We have a ton of experts in the chat, don't we? We have an expert for everything. Every genre, every party.
Everybody has the passion. Everybody has their speciality.
That's
and
right.
It's all good. It's all good stuff.
What would you consider your specialty?
Probably vintage.
Any specific part of vintage? 80s, Sheepras,
80s.
You're drawn to
80s.
more than others?
So 80s. Probably 80s. Leather as well. Like I'm big on leather. Patchouli. I'm big on patchouli. Just like rare and discontinued fragrances. That's what I find myself drawn to. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's just what I like. It's just what I like. What I like. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, let me read out this super chat from Josiah Sanchez, $5. Happy birthday, Eugene. Do you think Dior will soon be dead for us fragrance lovers? Dead. I think they're going to get worse before they get better. I think they'll become more mass appealing. And I think, we assume that Demachet left or got fired. We don't know, because he was dead to us, too mass appealing. But what if he wasn't mass appealing enough for Dior's tastes? What if he was actually too artistic for them and they want something simpler? We don't know what happened.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, I would take Demachet over FK any day.
Really?
Just looking at their last 2 or 3 years of releases, yeah. What of significance has Francis released?
Nothing of significance, but then you could say the same about MFK. You could say the same thing about Demachet.
We are saying the same thing. I'm not saying that Demachet's done great things. I'm saying he's done better things. I think we're fucked. We're fucked.
I think perfume is moving away from us.
No, I think, and again, I'm very biased when it comes to this, but I think we're going to have to look towards more smaller houses. Brands like Dior just, I'm going to love Dior forever because it is Dior. It's one of the biggest perfume brands out there, and they have access to so many great things. However, they don't want to use the full potential of that access of what they have available to them.
Yeah, that's right. The motivation's not there for them, is it?
No, they don't need to be, because whatever they're creating is selling. And the simpler it gets, the more they sell. So why would they come back to us? They have no motivation.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. It's a bit of a kick.
Kick in the tits, yeah.
It's a kick in the tits. It's the motivation is that they're being paid to make shit perfume. You know what I mean? Like, people are buying it, and until people stop buying it, they're not going to stop making it.
Right.
Sauvage has spawned 3 flights.
All right, so, it's not exactly shit, but it doesn't exactly excite me either. There's a market for people. There's a market for this stuff for certain people. Not everybody wants to smell the way we do. And we got to understand, we are very biased. We are like the 1% of fragrance enthusiasts, or the 5%. I don't know how much of us are that hardcore. But there's people that just want to smell like simple vanilla.
Yeah.
Simple tobacco, sweet tobacco. Vanille Diorama is a huge hit. But for me, it's a huge miss.
I didn't know it was a huge hit. Like, I mean, I had no idea it was a huge hit.
I imagine, yeah. I'm getting a lot of feedback of people loving it. But then there's the people like us that don't care for it.
Yeah.
Yuda, you're in our sights. I will remember this. Yuda says, I believe in MFK. I believe in FK. Disclaimer, you can mock me in 4 years when he does shite.
The thing is with MFK, you've got to remember, I mean, 15 years ago, 16, 17 years ago, he made Eau Noir for Dior. And, I mean, if he starts releasing perfumes like that, we could be eating our words very quickly.
What do you think is FK's greatest work? And it doesn't have to be one thing. It could be 2, 3, 4, or 5 things. I don't care. And I'm going to go get what I think is one of his greatest creations. But you guys let me know in the chat what you think is FK's greatest work.
Right. Maybe his Oud collection from his own brand. But for me, it's got to be Eau Noir. I wore Eau Noir yesterday, and it was absolutely outrageous. It was brilliant. Like, maybe the Narciso Rodriguez for him. Dior Homme Cologne. People are saying Sheldrake's worst work is Lamal. Yes. Jura. I can't believe he made that as well. That was a tough one to swallow for me, that. The Narciso Rodriguez for him. I don't know if you could hear everything I was saying there.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't think Eau Noir is coming back. I think just because FK is coming back doesn't mean Eau Noir is.
No, that's a good
Does he have that? Will he have that kind of power? Will he have that authority to make those decisions?
I mean, it's all focus grouped, isn't it?
That's right. And the reason it was pulled off the shelf in the first place was because it wasn't selling.
That's a good point. Yep.
Why would they bring it back?
No, I mean, you've got to remember. Sorry.
Here is what I think is one of his better works, and not necessarily this concentration, but this franchise.
Yeah. That's really good.
And this is a designer release, available on the counters of many department stores.
Yeah.
And this was avant-garde at the time. There was nothing like this. Right? A musky floral for men.
Yeah.
Rose
like the violet, the violet in that saves it for me. From going too sort of grey. It goes very grey
on me, that perfume. You know, it does. It literally smells like wet concrete.
Yeah, I definitely get that.
And
But
the
this is
violet
very
was
floral. You know, this can almost lean feminine.
really.
Oh, absolutely. Do you
Well,
not get
apparently that
rose
whole
from this?
line's discontinued. Like, Rudy claiming that whole line's discontinued, which is not ideal.
That's right.
It's
For
not easy.
him, Narciso. I love the way Narciso plays with musks. It's like it's their brand aesthetic. Even in the women's perfumes, they're really nice. They're elegant. They're sensual.
Yeah,
I like that.
for me. It's a little clunky. It's a
Yeah,
fat perfume. It's a fat perfume that.
fat
It comes
perfume.
off. It comes off.
Like a tub of
It
lard or what?
comes off very. It comes off very thick. It
Look at the
comes off
reflection
very.
of that. You know what
Is it
this
getting
looks
to?
like is like a varnish, like a woman's nail polish, like that glittery crap.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. Oh, shiny. Mine's more blue than yours.
Which version do you have? This is the
I've got
EDP, I believe.
I've got the EDT.
Yeah, yours might be more blue. I wanted the
Yeah,
musk. The musk was a limited edition, but it was hard to find.
I don't know if Anuja's got it.
But this might be the same as the musk, or as close to the musk as you can get.
Yeah. If anyone's got it, Anuja will have it. I might give him a text. See if he's got any bottles of that lurking about. But I got it. I managed to get myself back up with that. Like, I don't think I'll be going through 2 bottles of that.
I agree with Vladimir. Lumiere Noir was so hyped some time ago, and all of us left it there in history of forgetness where it belongs. The greatest rose patchouli. I didn't find it so stimulating. Nice, pleasant, but I never felt moved. I never felt touched. I never felt loved. And that's all I
Yeah.
wanted, was to be loved by Lumiere Noir. We just never made that connection.
No, there's no MFK. I haven't got any MFKs, like any. You know, I think for what they are, they're overpriced. I just think that Francis Kurkdjian uses a heavy hand with these perfumes. And don't get us wrong, he does it well.
You
But
think he's heavy-handed?
Yeah, I think he's heavy-handed. Yeah, I think that. I mean, there are hardly any of these perfumes that are delicate.
I think a
I
lot
can't
of his
think of
later
them.
releases have been very delicate and very high in the nitro musks. They're very
See, that's
soft,
what I mean.
sensual perfumes. But I
Yeah,
think
I
it's
don't
just,
necessarily mean. I don't necessarily mean that they are strong perfumes. Although a lot of his perfumes are strong. What I mean is that when he doesn't have he doesn't have the polish touch. You know how they can use like a lot of ingredients in a very small space, and you can smell all of them.
yeah,
Like
like
for me, Kurkdjian like uses very few ingredients, but
spread out.
like yeah, like
Spread
very
out.
few ingredients. They take up a lot of room, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of space left over to jam some more good stuff in there.
Yeah, and he leaves a lot of like it's like he's like he pumps a lot of mud with these perfumes. You know, there's a lot of filler goes in there. You
That's
know,
what perfumes become in the last couple of years. There's a lot of filler being released.
yeah. There's a lot of filler in his perfumes, like in individual perfumes, like. Throat. Mm. Are you set for Christmas?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm excited for Christmas. Yeah, I think we'll do some streaming in the next couple days. I think that would be nice. It's always nice. People are off work and they want to connect somehow. These streams have a way of bringing us together. I enjoy that. I'll probably be here Christmas Eve, at least for a good
Okay.
part of Christmas Eve. I hope you guys will come and join us. Rich, you going to be here with us?
Yeah.
Hopefully we can plan something and have some people on or schedule somebody to come on. I don't know. We'll see.
Yes, I noticed you did 6 hours after I left the last time.
It wasn't six.
You went like another 3.5 hours. I was like,
It wasn't the
what?
6 additional hours. It was like 6 hours in total. Like after you left, Rudy came right on and there was, I wouldn't have stayed on if it was just me. I don't have nearly so much to talk about and I'd get bored listening to myself, but I had Rudy come on and Yura came on and Ben came on. So we had a good time. 6 hours flew, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I was because I was out for the count. Like I literally turned over and went to sleep. Which is like something I don't often do.
CK, I fully admit, yes, prima donna, absolutely. Some might go as far as to say elitist. That kind of hurts. I don't know. Elitist might be a little bit too much, but I know what I like and I know what I don't like, and sometimes I'm a little bit too vocal about it. I admit, and instead of describing the perfume as it is, I'm quick to judge. Yes, absolutely. I'm guilty of it, I don't know how else to explain or share my feelings about perfume.
Do you know you were talking, like a couple of minutes ago, we were talking about Narciso Rodriguez, the musk perfume.
That was just like a couple minutes ago.
Yeah. We were talking about that. Hold on a second, right? I want to send you a picture. All right. So check that picture. Is that it?
This is for women.
All right. So there's a men's one.
Yeah, this says for her right on it.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a men's one. I didn't know there was a men's one.
The one that I have is for men.
Right.
This says so for him right on it.
Yeah. But I'm saying there was a musk version.
It was a limited edition musk version, but I have a feeling the musk was the exact same as the eau de parfum.
Right.
But I'm not entirely sure.
Right.
But it was quickly discontinued, and I think the glass had a different finish to it. It was more of like a mirrory reflection to it. So the bottle stood out quite nicely.
Okay. Because I'm just talking to someone there. Doesn't have the men's musk version.
Best from Chanel is still Coromandel. Okay.
I'm not sure. I think that Coromandel, and I was smelling these two next to each other today. The Coromandel and Borneo 1834 are very similar perfumes.
Right.
There's a very, very strong resemblance between them two, and Sheldrake made them two around the same sort of time. Do you know what I mean? So it wouldn't surprise us if they were like he'd taken one from to the other or the other way around, So I'd love to know who's making all the latest releases for Serge Luton. I don't know that it's
why wouldn't it be Sheldrake?
Because he works at Chanel full time. Like I just don't know that Chanel would allow like somebody to be like a head perfumer for la-di-da for another brand while he's working so prominently for them. Plus, Sheldrick was a quest when he was making the perfumes for Serge.
What do you think is the worst Chanel for men in the designer range?
Oh, poor Monsieur ADT.
What?
Poor Monsieur ADT. I love
Worse
the
than
ADP.
anything in the Allure range?
Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the ADT. It smells like bleach on me. Literally smells like strong bleach. You know.
Wow. You think maybe your
that
bottle had turned?
No, it wasn't. It must have been my skin. It must just not like my skin. That there's a
Wow. Ramsey
what?
hates it too.
Yeah. It's
Fosco says it's his favorite. Damn. I love this difference of opinion here. And that's, that's what we're here for. To discuss feelings, because men have a hard time discussing and sharing their feelings.
I don't have a hard time discussing me disgust
In perfumes.
And perfumes, yes, certainly with perfumes. Yeah, the opinions are divergent on this.
Yeah, they're starting to come in hard and fast. Platinum Egoist, yes.
Yeah, that's a one I really don't like. Platinum Egoist. That's a really good point. I forgot about that. I tend to block that one out. Really don't like Platinum Egoist. It's fucking awful.
How
it's
are the
fucking
new
grim.
L'artisan?
L'artisan. I haven't tried the new L'artisan line.
I'm not familiar with any of the new releases.
Has Samir got any of the old ones?
I don't know. I haven't noticed.
I just made me vomit in my mouth. Aqua de Sale. I really like Coco. Coco EDP is beautiful. Like,
oh, glorious.
Yeah.
Glorious.
Antace. People are saying Antace.
What, the best or the worst?
I love Antace. I think Antace is one of the best fragrances of the 80s. It's fucking brilliant, like a leather chypre. One of very few chypres that I like.
It's interesting. Pour Monsieur EDT, sometimes I can get all day out of it, and sometimes it's, like you say, 45 minutes. So it all depends on, I have no idea what it depends on. It just has like a mind of its own, and it shows up whenever it feel like I have no control over it. But there's been days where I've gotten, a full work shift out of it.
Yeah. It goes and comes away as well.
Chanel 18. I love 18. To me, it is very much a family member and a take on Coco and Egoist. And it takes, from both of those. Has that big sparkling plum rose patchouli, just like Coco. To me, it's a big, huge, spicy rose patchouli, a little bit of cumin, and that huge plum note. And the musks takes ambrette from Egoist. Gorgeous. It's more, I find it more transparent than Coco and Egoist. Like light, more whimsical, more airy. Victor Wong in the house. What's up, Victor?
Hello.
We should get Victor on stream sometime. Victor, when will you join us?
Victor?
I know you have a lot of fans in the chat. They'd love to see and hear from you. Let's get together sometime.
Do you know, I have never smelled a zoologist.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that? Are they hard to get, like, where you are?
They're not easy. I think you can only get them in, like, one place over here.
Right.
So you've got to go seeking them out. It's just that, like, the thing with zoologist is that they're like a modern brand, and like I've concentrated on vintage, literally purchasing vintage, because the modern brands will still be there tomorrow. Whereas, like, when I'm searching for vintage stuff, I don't know that it's still going to be there tomorrow. So that's what I've prioritized over the last couple of years. But
But in the coming year, what I might do is I might buy a sample set, because that's what I'm going to focus on in 22. Like modern stuff, more modern stuff with like sample sets. Like I just bought the Villarese one. I never smelled
I
a
think
zoologist.
you'd actually be doing Victor a favor by not buying any perfume, because I know he's just flooded with work. He's just like completely overworked.
Yeah, he's too busy. You should take on some stuff. Oh,
yeah. But I went to
drop
go
me
visit
through.
Victor a few months ago, and he lent me his crimper. And I'll tell you, like I smelt a lot of his new work coming out, and there's one that absolutely floored me. He probably doesn't want me to say it, but I mentioned it once on stream. I couldn't resist. It was just so, it was like literally one of the best thing I smelt in years, off like an initial impression.
Yeah.
Spectacular.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be massive for his brand, as big as his brand already is.
Outrageous.
Hello, Anna.
Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna get a sample set. I'm gonna get some like some sample sets. And I think zoologist's gonna be one of them. I'm writing them down. I'm getting like a list. I've got a list of bottles. I'm making a list of like bottles that I'm gonna purchase next year. I'm gonna slow right down on like purchasing. I'm not gonna buy as many bottles and stuff next year. But I am gonna buy a lot of sample sets.
That's it, Victor. It was the Salt and Pasha release. It's just like completely mummified, right? Big incensey amber. But weird, like very unique and strange, but well done at the same time. Don't think I've ever smelled anything like that before, though. Victor, why don't you come on and tell us about it really quickly if you have time?
Yeah.
You know,
I tell a lie. I've told a lie. I have smelled a zoologist, and it was T-Rex.
Okay.
Yeah, T-Rex, very metallic, but not in like a normal metallic way. Had that sort of, like the blood sort of thing, and it was like a thick, like a gooey metal. You know what I mean? Had that sort of like liquid with iron in it. I thought that was interesting. It wasn't as powerful on me as it. Yeah, it wasn't as powerful on me as it was on other people. Like you heard some people saying it like it nearly fucking, and cow is next. Apparently, I'd buy cow just simply because it's called cow.
Right.
Do seal. I don't know if you were here earlier, but do seal. I got a seal off my friend, and like a stuffed, not like an actual taxidermied seal, but like a little plush seal. And you should do seal. I think that's a great idea. Just don't make it smell of fish. But if you've got cow, I'd be game for cow. I'm a big fan of a cow.
Cow is going to be milky, I believe.
There's a milk
cord in it. Right. Yes, I was a bit stunned. I had to sit down. Honestly, I had to sit down and like I had to gather my thoughts after I smelt like the strip. After sniffing that.
Did it put you on your ass, did it?
Yeah.
Was it Udi? Was it
Yeah,
Udi?
it was big. It was really big and bold.
Outrageous. A green floral with milk. Imagine. Does it have like
I think
black and white patches?
That was the first Pasha I'd smelled. It says cow is next.
Cow is next. Love a cow. There's moth.
Some zoologists are really nice, some not so much. You know what? They're an acquired taste. They're not for everybody. They are for enthusiasts, hardcore enthusiasts, and that's the market that he's captured.
They're like
very artfully done.
Yeah, they're very sort of like concept, aren't they? Obviously, like with like invoking like animals and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
I think the idea behind like it's going to be which animals you pick that's going to make or break, like whether like squid had ambergris in it, didn't it?
if I remember what, if I remember the reviews correctly, it had ambergris in it, which is like a good idea. Do you know, like it's clever, and like bat had banana, because you wouldn't immediately associate bat with banana.
Damp soil.
But, yeah, exactly. So it's quite clever how like the perfumer comes up with like how it works off the brief, you know. It's obviously been a good idea.
That.
Yeah, it's been a good idea. Yeah, it's been a good idea to use like animals for inspiration for perfumes and stuff like that. I had a can of soda freeze in the fridge today, and it turned the can inside out and blew the fridge door open. There's anything you can do without a blowtorch? Bloody hell. Have you seen that? Have you seen that comment from Catherine? Blowing a fridge door inside out?
What's that?
You go down to the bottom of the comments. Catherine says, I had a can of soda freeze in the fridge today, and it turned the can inside out and blew the fridge door open. Amazing what you can do without a blowtorch. Outrageous. Outrageous.
Put a bottle of perfume in there, Catherine. We'll see what happens.
I advise somebody to put a bottle of perfume in the freezer today because they couldn't get the lid off.
Let's see, maybe when Victor's free and he has some time, he can come on and discuss. We can discuss perfumes and zoologists. I think that'd be great. Be great to talk to Victor. The guy's
I'd like to know how that. Sorry?
A wealth of knowledge. This guy, I feel like he's well connected in the community, and he kind of knows everybody. And he gets like information from all over the place, right? So it's one of those guys that knows something about everything. It's always interesting to talk to him.
It's I'd like to know how he first had the idea to make perfumes, and then first had the idea to make perfumes about animals. Like how that particular joining of two ideas came about, because they're two very different ideas. It's a very
inspiration was Le Labo, because he found Le Labo products in hotels that he would stay in.
Okay.
I don't know how a collection of a theme of animals came about.
How to join it with perfume.
It's a brilliant idea, right? Because you have
this
theme that's never ending. It's full. It's like infinite possibilities.
Yeah, as many animals as there are, as many species as there are as many possibilities.
He could do a Noah's Ark orgy or something.
He could do a Noah's Ark line.
Yeah, an orgy, right, of animals on the Ark.
He could do a farm line, farm animals, like cow and horse, pig. Right, yeah. You know what I mean? Chicken. And it's you could have one that's got you'd have the chicken one could smell like an egg. You know what I mean?
Well, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Right?
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Chicken, egg. I wonder what else. What else lives on farms? Tractor? No, that's not an animal.
I don't like animals that we eat, on a platter.
Ooh,
like bacon. You can do bacon.
Yes, you could do a flanker of pig and call it bacon. Right. And then you could do a flanker of pig and call it fucking
chitlins.
You know what I mean? Yes. Tail. Ox tongue. Ox.
Tail.
Ox. You could do ox. You know what I mean? And have shitty ox ood in it. That shitty ox shit. The cheesy ox shit that you were talking about in the night.
Yeah.
The night, literally, right? I sprayed some of the night on a friend of mine who, she likes her perfumes and she's got good opinions on perfumes, but she's not into perfumes nobody's into perfumes like we are, but you know what I mean? I include the chat and the fragrance community. She's not in the fragrance community. She likes her perfume, she's not in the fragrance community.
and I sprayed the night on her, and like I was like waiting for her to say something, and she was like, "Oh, it smells like the countryside," and I was like, the countryside, and like what she meant was, like it smelled like cow shit.
Right.
You know what I
But she was
mean?
being
Like
too
cow shit.
polite.
No. It's like I don't know that she immediately associated it with cow shit, but she associated it with like a smell that she would smell when she was walking the dog in the
Right.
countryside.
She
And
got
like,
enough to make a connection.
yes, exactly. And so if he's gonna make like one called like cow, maybe it's got like some proper shitty oud in it. You know, it's got some bad ox poo.
Well,
You know?
yeah, that's kind of what the night smelled like, hemorrhaging anus.
Yes.
Not
like
the most palatable thing.
After like a blue cheese session.
It literally smells like driving through the country with like they're fertilizing the garden with manure. You know, those fertilizer sprinklers. They are shooting shit out the and you're eating like blue cheese in the car with the windows rolled down.
God
That's
almighty.
literally what it's like.
It is potent, mate. I've still got your sample here. It's like one spray at a time. I've still got like half of it left because like every time I spray it, I've got to give myself like 3 or 4 weeks before I can spray it again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a big unit. It's fierce. Here it is. It's right here. I've got it in my hand.
It is.
I couldn't imagine buying 100 ml of that.
I wore that last Christmas. That was my Christmas Day scent.
Oh, do you know what I really like in it though?
The kids had a reaction.
Yeah, you're right. I remember you telling us your kid had a reaction to it. I was like,
whoa! Exactly what they said, but they made a fuss.
You smell like you've been shot on.
I
really like the raspberry note in it.
I haven't smelled Dusita's Oud Infinite, or at least I can't remember enough to make a comparison.
Oh, it's vulgar. It's vulgar. It doesn't smell that much like the night for me. Oud Infinite smells like rubber. Like I get a really strong rubber vibe from it. Yuck.
Interesting.
I wonder what else. I don't know. I don't really get like that. I mean, leather oud. The first time I smelled leather oud, I thought it smelled like a toilet.
Oh, I almost threw up. And then I went and bought a bottle the next day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Basically, the first time I smelled it was like, my God, get away from us. I never want to smell that ever again. And I went from that to buying like a fucking half-liter bottle of it within about like 2 weeks.
I remember the first time I wore leather oud, and I had to go to my mom's afterward for lunch, and she was going to have friends there. She was hosting something, and I was just so cautious of my surroundings because all her friends like to hug and shit. They get close, right? And I was like, oh God, I can't hug anybody. They're going to think I shat myself. And then on the drive over there to my mom's, is like the sun was coming in the car and it was like warm and my stomach was turning and I was getting the dry heaves.
Awesome.
I felt like I was going to throw up.
Even from your own perfume. It's like I've just stood up and like put my t-shirt back on, and all I can smell now is Rien. Really dry, really potent, really like ambery and like incensey, and it's got that. It hasn't got like a body. It hasn't got like a body smell about it, but it hasn't got like a sweaty smell, but it's got like a skin smell about it. You know. Before, like you know when you sweat, but your sweat doesn't smell. It's just got that sort of warmth about it. It's got that
before the bacteria kicks in. Maybe it's the clove, like a spicy clove.
Yeah, I get the ambery sort of the ambery like gives it the warmth, and then like the incense, it gives it this sort of sharp, like not sharp but like sheer. You know, it's very bracing. It's not bracing in like that kind of way, but it feels as though it's like stripping layers off you. You know what I mean? It's got that sort of grind about it. It's brilliant.
You mean like you can scrape paint with it?
Yeah. It's got like that. It's got that sort of like abrasive kind of vibe, like almost like a sandpaper without being dry.
His style has changed a lot in since that time, hasn't it? Like that was really in his avant-garde days when he was experimenting quite a bit. And
Yeah.
now I find that Antoine's creations are much more traditional.
Yes, I was going to say he's much more classic and French now.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Mm.
Especially what you said to me that he had said to you, in that he felt that Eau Sauvage was like the best perfume ever made. It's as though
Right.
he's like it's as though he's like rediscovered that as part of himself, as like part of his like journey, if you want to
Yeah.
call it that.
Mm.
Like it's I think this is the only Antoine Lee I've got. I've smelled a couple of the things you've sent us, and like, oh no, of course it's not the only Antoine Lee I've smelled. What a stupid thing to say. I've smelled the Les Indemnidables.
Do you have Cafe Rose?
Do I have Cafe Rose by Tom Ford?
Yeah.
No, but I have smelled it.
He's done
It's
like
quite
Black
nice.
Code or Armani Code. Used to be Black Code.
Fuck that. Not for me, that. I don't like any of them. They're just big whacks over the head.
Yeah.
It's like perfumes as well, you know? They're just like big pounding perfumes.
Big
Them.
synth bombs.
Yeah. Yeah. But if that's what people like, that's what people like, you know? It's if that's what brands are asking for, let them ask, you know?
Yeah, they're creating what they're being asked to. I don't think perfumers are responsible for what's going on. Not all of them anyway.
No, but I do fear that knowledge is being lost. I do feel that this push to make big, simple 3-note perfumes that people like is going to lead to a loss of knowledge and a loss of the art and the ability to make great perfume again. Complicated Dior original type perfumes, Chanel No. 5 type perfumes, like Mona Diorio's Queer, Costume National Homme, Antace, Ambra Sultan, Shergi, Opium. You know, these type of perfumes that have got a lot of things going on and a lot of fine margins in them. It just feels like almost all modern perfumes don't have like the margins in modern perfumes are like huge, you know. I've just realized that he's disappeared. Where's he gone? He must have got sick.
I'm right here.
All right. I thought you just got sick.
Just went to go get some O.
You want to go get some O? Excuse me while I drink some O.
I get really thirsty during these streams, and then the more I drink, the more I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I know, it's a vicious cycle. You're preaching to the converted on that. I'm big on drinking lots of water and going to the bathroom.
You got to keep hydrated, man.
That's right.
It's good for your perfume.
It's good for the perfume. That's right. It's good for your veins. It's good for your veins. I went and got some blood taken last week, and the nurse was like, "Oh, you've got lovely veins." I was like, "Do you know, I hear that quite a lot." I was like, I hear that quite a lot. She was like, "Oh, that's great help." I was telling, yeah, that's right. I was like, "You can see this big vein if you want." That's right. She was like, "Do you drink a lot of water?" I was like, "Oh, unbelievable amounts of water I drink. I put away absolute gallons of water." And she was like, "Yeah, that's why your veins are like big." She was like, "Because like it takes like a couple of days for you to like hydrate to that sort of level." She was like, "So you must have been drinking a lot of water yesterday." And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I drink a lot of water every day." But yes, apparently it takes a while for you to like rehydrate properly. You know?
Right. Yeah, it doesn't happen immediately.
Yeah. Vintage blood donated. That's right. I donated me vintage blood. Let's have a look. Oh no. News, you rascal.
Yeah, but you know, we were talking about new perfumes. And I think as long as they're able to still create vintages, even though in this modern formula and modern styles, there's no reason that they're not able to create still, meaningful and beautiful fragrances.
Yeah.
Like if they can still release number 5 as it is today, which is, still excellent, or Shalimar or Mitsuko, right? Under IFRA standards, there's no reason that they can't create something as beautiful as that.
Yeah.
They don't need to use
I found it really interesting. I found it really interesting what Remy said last time about IFRA when I asked him if he thought that they were like acting like a lobby. And he said that there's a lot of interest, there's a lot of self-interest and interested parties going on there. And it's something that I must admit it had occurred to us away from the streams before, that these people are like they're trying to regulate themselves. Excuse me, they're trying to regulate themselves to a point where they can justify not buying any naturals anymore and saying we can only make safe synthetic stuff. They're doing it under the health and safety auspices, we will look out for you so you don't have to look out for yourself. And by the way, we will make a fortune while we do it.
That's right.
I'll be the one who fucking decides whether I should be putting certain shit on my skin. But he was saying, it's like you've got to watch out for like the few, like the one in 10,000 people who gets like a rash from oak moss. I'm sure it's more than 1 in 10,000 because oak moss was one of the first things to get regulated. But at the same time,
but then you got to think, like, how big is the rash? How serious is the rash? And does he get a rash every single time he wears that perfume? Is it 1 out of 10 times? Is it 1 out of 100 times? Like, how serious of a rash are we talking about here?
That's right. That is right.
How far do they take these tests?
It's what are you laughing at?
But yeah, going back to art, if perfume houses are creating to appease, market testing, is it still considered art?
Well,
it's still art.
I mean, it's like people talk about Jackson Pollock. There's Jackson Pollock.
Why was he creating art to pass market testing to appease people?
I mean, it's just people used to question whether Jackson Pollock was art at all because he was the bloke who just like dripped the paint on the canvas.
Right. But did you ever see him create? Like, there's videos of him doing that.
Yeah.
He looks like a madman.
Yeah, he's like using a ball, isn't he? He's got like a little
just
ball
like whipping it on there, and it looks like he's getting a good workout doing it too.
Yep. But maybe he saw something that we didn't see. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because it works. It works on the principle of like.
When you look at a Pollock, there's emotion there. There's some kind of excitement. There's some stimulation. There's energy in that painting.
Yeah, for me, Pollocks are a bit like a fire, and that you can stare at it and it keeps the same shape all the way across. It's homogeneous. It's like it's the sit like it looks the sit. You can take a square centimeter of a Jackson Pollock, right, and it could be any square. It's not the same as any other square centimeter, but it looks like it. It's like you can take a square centimeter from the center of a Jackson Pollock and move it out to the right hand side, like the top right hand corner, and it wouldn't look out of place, but it's completely different to the square that you're replacing it with. It's very individual, but it's very different as well at the same time. Oh,
who I have a hard time understanding is the Mark Rothko's. Is it Mark Rothko?
Yeah,
Rothko, he just uses color, and I'm not sure what it is he's trying to say or what I'm supposed to see. But I mean, it's very vivid and very dark colors, and there's a lot of depth to them. But it just looks like a big, like it's basically a big canvas of 1 or 2 colors on it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's what's below the it's what's below the perfume. It's what's below them. Like what's behind them. You know, like you look into it and it's like
Right.
it's like you
Until it
look
starts to
into
look
it.
back at you.
Yeah. It's I'm not huge on Rothko. There's a couple of paintings where they're just like crosses of different shape and dimension on the. I can't remember who did it. And that stuff like somehow like makes sense to me, and I can't remember why.
Let me pull up a Rothko so we can.
You ever heard of Eve Klein? Eve Klein did some paintings where it was just like a solid thing of blue. It's like a solid canvas of blue. But it's a beautiful color, but it's just like, what are you doing? You know? Eve Klein. Easy Klein.
I'm going to share this here. Let me see if I can get this. Share screen. Okay, do you see that?
Yep.
And that's what the majority of his paintings look like.
Yep.
And these go for millions of dollars. Like, I mean, you can probably sit here for a few hours and look into one of these things, and you might be able to see something, but I don't know. I don't get it. But the chances are, if 10 of us are sitting here looking inside of it, we'll see 10 different things.
Yeah. That's the nature of art, that though, isn't it? You know what I mean? That's the nature of human experience. It's like when you look at clouds. Like, do you see a goat? Or do you see like a sheep? Or do you see a cow? You know what I mean? What do you see?
It's almost like taking a child to therapy and the therapist asks the child to draw a picture, right? To see what comes out.
That's right.
And it's you just projecting whatever you're feeling inside. I think that's all there is to it. Maybe there's more. I don't know.
Look up there, search for Eve Klein. So like YVES and then Klein, as in Calvin Klein. Are you seeing the blue? Literally,
right.
like
this is even more bizarre.
Yeah, exactly. He just did like blue paintings, like sometimes.
What the hell?
Yeah, it is. It's crazy. He just worked with blue, went through a massive thing. I think he died really young. He had a heart attack in the cinema.
I can
or something.
see something like these angels or this hog with like a tail and horns over here, but I don't know what these big blobs are. Mental.
It's the blue as well. The color of the blue is absolutely sensational. Like, the blue is absolutely beautiful. I forget what it was. Was it Prussian blue?
Right.
I can't remember which blue he used, but it was absolutely beautiful. Like, you've got to see it. Bleu de Klein. Aye. That's a good shout from Jura. Bleu de Klein. I'm like Philista. I think Velasquez. Velasquez is probably the best painter. For me. I'd love to go to Prado in Spain. Las Hilanderas, the Weavers. I'd love to see that. Obviously, Las Meninas. Some of his earlier stuff. That would be great. You've been sniffing all night. Have you got a cold?
No, I haven't even realized. Have I?
Yeah. I don't know. You
I
might
feel
have.
like I'm
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
down with a little bit of a throbbing right here. That's why I got up to get some
Oh,
water.
fuck that. Get a test. Get a
What's
fucking
that?
test. Get a test. See, make sure you haven't got the lurgy.
The allergy?
Yeah. No, the lurgy.
Mm.
The illness.
I know what you're
The
trying to say.
virus.
Don't worry. I know what you're trying to say.
Don't fucking have that shit. Oh, excuse me. I've just polished off my wet.
Artists are bums who detest work. Those who purchase art work too much. That's an interesting observation. I think to be an artist is true freedom. It's better to be I would much prefer to be an artist working for myself than working for the man. And you get to choose how you're going to live life. Some of them choose to be starving and some choose fame. And that's the beauty of it, is
What choice do you make?
they have a choice.
Does it have to be one or the other?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be either or.
So which one would you choose?
Which one would I choose?
Yeah.
Well, I would choose to express myself as freely as I could, and wherever that takes me, that's what I would choose. I wouldn't choose an end result. I would choose whatever the path takes me to.
Okay.
Sometimes you don't have a decision. You don't have a choice in the matter.
No. No, I get you.
Like, and we can talk about anything going from food to perfume to music, and it's always the most commercial stuff that is the most popular with the highest payout. Like you want to talk about McDonald's or the top 40 on the radio or Dior Sauvage, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
usually what ends up being the most popular.
It's I'll never forget a review I read of a Coldplay album. And it ended with the line, Coldplay desperately want to be the best Coldplay desperately want to be the best band in the world, but they just have to settle for being the biggest. And I've never forgot that line, and it applies to a lot of
art.
Yes, in various forms. And I've always applied it. Obviously, I've always applied it to perfume because this is what we're sitting here talking about. But it's like it's almost as if the two things are like two things will never meet. Being the best and being the biggest are two clean different things, and never the twain shall meet.
Right.
Like the two will never ever be compatible.
Well, being the best is very subjective. How do you define? Everybody's definition of the best is going to be very different.
Exactly.
And you just asked me, what am I going to do? Like my art being perfume, when I sat with Antoine, it was never to be the best or the biggest. It was, Antoine, this is what I'm feeling. This is what I want to express. Now it's up to us to deliver this message. And it, never once was it like it has to sell 1 million bottles. It needs to be super popular.
Yeah.
His job was simply get my message across. This is what I'm feeling. Right?
Yeah.
And how that will be accepted from the world, I have no clue.
No, I get you. It's just one of those. It's just
yeah.
You're doing it for the reasons you want. You're doing it for the reasons you want to do it.
To create. I just wanted to create something, and I wanted to be able to express my feelings. And although I wasn't able to do it myself, because I don't know how to perfume, or I never studied perfuming. I hired somebody to do it for me. And I thought, I think he nailed all three of them.
Okay.
Mm.
You think he nailed all three of them?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to them. Have you got any further forward with like a release date or like anything like that? Have your bottles arrived yet?
I have no clue, man. I know they're stuck somewhere in France, in shipping, somewhere maybe in customs. Like, they've been paid for, the duties have been paid for. They just haven't been delivered for some reason. It just might be like the times that we're in.
Yeah.
And I know Victor's still here, and I've seen him discuss this on his Facebook, that logistics has been a nightmare for him as well.
Yeah, logistics is a proper pig at the minute for everyone. Like, just everything's getting stuck all the time. And it's the same the world over, so just got to take it, you know what I mean? We haven't got a choice. We have not got a choice. It's just one of those things, isn't it? It's mad times that we're living in. You know, this makes you realize how smoothly everything was going before.
Yeah,
it's fucking crazy.
Absolutely. A lot's changed in the last 2 years.
Oh, fucking hell, it is. It's coming up to 2 years as well. You know, it's coming up 2 years.
Yeah, February will be 2 years, won't it?
Yep. I reckon it started the whole spread of the thing, and the appearance and the spread started about 3 months before that. So it was probably in the November, the October that it started. So, yay.
Yeah, and CK, that's what I meant, like, with me, together, you know. Together, we're going to deliver the message.
Stuff, yeah. Rubber Duck. Victor Wong would like to know if I have smelled Eugene's stuff yet. Not in its finished form. He sent us some of the stuff that he started out with, though. It was very nice. It was very nice then. Jeremy Hines says you should delete all of the streams and videos of you talking about your brand and start over by saying that you are the sole perfumer. See what happens.
Eugene
just
Byrne.
deny everything.
I learned perfuming at the Guerlain Boutique in Toronto.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that is right. Jesus, can you imagine? Oh, God.
I have no interest in that, man. The shenanigans, you know. I love honesty. Nothing beats honesty. And as long as I'm honest, my nose is clean, and I'm doing things that I believe in, I'm in my lane, I got nothing to worry about. Nothing will ever come back and fucking bite my ass.
Yep.
And that's it. That's what love is, honesty.
Yeah, you'd hate to be one of those people who was just sitting
partner, business, friendship, work. As long as you're honest, you got nothing to worry about. And as long as you're not hurting anybody, and as long as you're aligned with your beliefs and your traditions, you're in a good place. My advice to the world: be honest.
Some people find it more difficult than others.
You know why?
Go on.
It's because they don't know who they are.
They're not comfortable with who they are. No, maybe they're scared what they're going to find out.
Fear.
People are just afraid to be honest with themselves. People like buying into fantasies, stories.
Yeah, it's to be accepted, right? They're wanting to be accepted, so they abandon their truth.
The avoidance of pain. Yeah, there's a lot of people who just want to avoid pain because they've felt a lot of pain in their lives. Oh,
all right. Truth be told, it wasn't really Antoine Lee. It's some house out in Dubai.
yes. Yes, that's right.
I shouldn't even say that as a joke.
No, somebody will take that and clip it and use that against you.
Right. You know what? I've heard already all kinds of dumb shit. Like
Have you?
things have gotten, yeah.
What about your brand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
People chirping in the back. It's all hilarious though.
outrageous. I think it'll become fairly apparent when they get released what they are, rather than like the bollocks that gets spouted generally. I know what I've smelled. You know what I mean? From like what the stuff that I've smelled. It's pretty fucking nice, like, you know. But I haven't smelled like the finished products. I haven't smelled anything for months, so
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to see what's happened to them. Like,
well, they just become completed, right? They're full.
yeah,
They're like a full story. You know, maybe I should do something with all those submissions, like do a giveaway, or I don't know, somehow share them. You know, all those little sample things I got.
yeah. I think you should keep them.
I can keep some of them, but there's just so many of them, right?
Yeah. No, I know, but it'll always remind you of like a certain time.
Yeah.
You know, it'll always remind you of like a certain time in your life when you were going through the process, not just the finished article.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. It was
like
definitely good times. It was good times.
Yeah. Like,
I can tell you, they've changed a lot since I first acquired them. Like, they've all become much more rounded. I guess when they're fresh out of wherever they're filled or made, I guess they got to macerate, which, you know, he wants to get them out as quickly as possible to reference, and then for me to sample them and then get back and kind of have a powwow and then decide what direction we want to go in. You know, that all takes time.
Yeah.
And then he said, like, the last time we spoke, it was about maceration and maturation. And he's like, you know what, Eugene, like, this is a lot of work and I don't know if I can do it properly. Like, have it macerate for 2 weeks and then send it to you, and it spends a week in shipping. And by the time it leaves my hands and gets to your hands, it's going to be already different. So you won't know what I've been smelling. So why don't you trust me with the maceration process? I'm like, yes, absolutely. Like, you know, that's your job. Do it.
Yes.
Right. I don't need to be part of that process. I'm going to trust, you know, his name is going on them. So I'm going to trust that he has his best interests in them.
Is his name going on the bottle?
No. Well, I mean, it's going to be 3 bottles and they're all going to say what, Antoine Lee on them, you know, like, I love that. I love respecting the perfumer. Maybe one day that might change. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the future has to tell. I would love to do that one day, but you know, what if he becomes like the in-house perfumer and just does all of my perfumes? Am I going to have his name on like every single bottle?
Yeah, I get it.
Right.
No, I understand. I was just wondering when you said, excuse me, just when you said there, like, his name's going on them, I thought you meant like you were going to put it on the bottle.
Hey, this would be a great collaboration if Victor's still here.
You could do a duck. His natural habitat, smelling like painkillers.
Yeah.
Smelling like painkillers and shite.
KFC.
Painkillers, water, seals, and shite. Great.
I was thinking, like, you know what, going forward, I'd love to work with as many perfumers as I can, and just in the process that I'm able to learn or pick up new things. But, you know, I really like the way that we've been able to come together and work, and there hasn't been any problems. It's like, he's so agreeable, and he's like, he'll be honest and straight up, and he'll tell me what he thinks will work and what won't work. And there's even been times where he said, this won't work, but I'll deliver it to you so you can see for yourself. And I really love like what he's created. And I'd love to have like an aesthetic, a brand aesthetic, you know, like
Yeah.
that Chanelade or Guerlainade or Eugeneade or that sort of thing, right?
Eugenade.
I feel like we slightly have that now. And
Okay.
moving to another perfumer would kind of, it would
Change that.
It would disjoint that, right?
No, I understand.
No, I mean, Victor, you can pick the perfumer, but I mean, a duck with Rich Mitch the duck. That'd be a cool collaboration. Yeah, you, the duck, and Antoine. There you go. Perfect.
There'll be a motley crew. That
we'll do a group call tomorrow.
Do like a feather record.
Yeah,
or a quack record. Notes of big quack at the top.
There could be a good rice accord in there, right?
Yes, you could have a rice accord.
Rice and Peking duck.
Have you fed them? Have you been feeding their ducks recently?
The last time I went, they were nowhere to be found. So I just emptied my bowl of rice like right there in the ground, hoping they'd come find it.
Outrageous. Canard. That's what he could call it. Canard. Loon. Hello, Houdini. Balenciaga Pavarotti Accord. That's right.
Where's Houdini?
He's down.
Have you smelt any Eris?
Shit, have I smelt any Eris? No, but I want to try that M-XXX.
I want to try all of them.
I want to try that M-XXX.
Did you ever try Houdini's perfumes?
Houdini sent us some of his perfumes, and no, shamefully, I have not tried them yet. Sorry about that, Houdini. I can make it a priority, though. You've got no idea the state. This is something else I need to do in the new year as well. I need to shift loads of crap out of my room. So I've got a box. I've got this. Is this it? Oh, I've got it here. Yeah, I've got the box right here.
I'm gonna drop the link. If anyone wants to come on and sing me happy birthday, you can, but you don't have
materials. To. Oh, God. That Redman, YSL, Core, Cologne, Fendi. Which ones are yours then, Eugenie? Please don't say I've lost them. Hiram Green. Yes, here they are. It's in a little box. A little sellotape box. I fear opening the package that Houdini sent us though, because it's got that bad breath fucking note.
I believe all the ducks have gone south to Miami this time of year, haven't they?
To Miami? Oh no.
That's where they migrate from Canada. They go down to Florida.
To the fuck. I don't go anywhere near Florida. Shit. Bad company. Right.
Where would you prefer they go?
South. I don't know. Maybe to Portugal to see João. Maybe go south. Maybe go south to Manchester to see Houdini. Maybe we can go east or west instead. You know. I could fly to Toronto. I go to Italy, smell some Pavarotti in its natural habitat. I don't know. I don't know if I could fly south from here. Where would I go? Not London. London's riddled with coronavirus. But I'd go to Portugal to see João. I might fly to see Hillary. Fly south. She lives south from me.
If you're going that far, you might as well stop over here too.
Yeah, that's right.
She's not far from Ashton. You can go see Ashton. Yeah, I think one state over.
Just plead with them not to do any more fucking top 10 lists. So please, no more.
What would you like for him to do?
I don't know. Review some stuff. Um,
Do you think reviewing is dead?
it's not far off, is it? If it's not dead, it's a dying art. Like, let's be honest. I'd pop into Brighton as well to see Ben. I'd land on his roof.
Dude, you're close to him now, as it is. I don't know.
No, I'm not close to him. Not in English terms. England's a small place, but it's not. I mean, it's small compared to America, but it would take me a long time to get to him. He lives on like the south coast, Brighton. Very nice place, Brighton. Apparently.
Hi, Joanna.
You know, I've been trying to get into this little box that Houdini sent us for fucking ages, and I just kind of did.
You need to be a Houdini to get into the box.
To get out of the box. I'm going to leave it because if I try to get into it, I'm going to snap the sellotape. James, I'll get in touch. I'll smell them at some point. I've got the box right there. So that's the main thing. I did take out the Lamat. No, not the Lamat. Yeah, the MPEG Matcha Premiere Gantier.
Did you get something new?
He sent me some samples of some of them, and some of them are beautiful, like really nice stuff. The Amber Peugeot is really nice. I'm not sure it's as good as what everybody says it is, but it is really nice. The Rose one's really nice as well. Hold on a second. I'll just reach over to the box. Where did I put it? I just had it. Oh, shut the bed here. Where have I put it? I literally just
Rich, are you going to be doing any top 10 lists before the end of the year?
I'll be doing some top 10 lists. But I'm not going to be doing all top 10 lists. I do a sort of list at the end of every week where I do the fragrance rotation. And people seem to really enjoy it. People seem to really enjoy the fragrance rotation.
So, what kind of top 10 list can we expect from you? I assume it'll be something vintagey.
It'll be. I'm probably going to do a top pickups of the year. So that'll be like a list. I might do like a top 10 list of like my favorite of one note, like my top 10 favorite ambers, or my top 10 favorite musks, or my top 10 favorite like patchoulis, which I've done. I've done 10 patchoulis, but not necessarily like a top 10. You know?
What kind of list do you guys in the chat want to see from Rich?
Top 10 leathers. We need to do that. We've been threatening to do a top 10 leathers for a long time.
That's right. Yeah, I can easily do that.
Could you easily do it though? I was thinking about this, and I was looking at it, and I think I would include it, and then I end up with like 17 or 18 leathers, and I'm like, well, which ones am I going to get rid of?
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean?
These streams usually go into hours and hours and hours, so there's nothing wrong with the top 20 leathers.
Yes, I would. Oh, that might be easier. Well, it would be easier. It's not easy. I mean, I remember that time that we tried to define what constituted, what was it? Yeah, was it a leather note? Wasn't it? It was another note. It was like what constitutes one of the best. It's what was it? We're trying to define what like the word greatest
whatever
meant,
we
or
decide
like
it's
that.
going to be. As long as you find a leather note, it doesn't have to have leather in the name, as long as you perceive it to be leather. Like, for example, I would say Shalimar could be considered a leather perfume, although it's not usually referenced as a leather. It has a solid base of leather. I'm kind of shocked it's never brought up in leather accords.
Yeah.
It's more leathery than Derby, for God's sakes.
Oof. Derby's a big leather. I really like Derby.
But if you want prominent leather, to me, it's more apparent in Shalimar. Ooh. How's that? Chew on that for a bit.
Yeah, I will have to chew on that for a bit. I'll take great big bites out of that. Big chew. I'll hurt my jaw. Shalimar. I've got obviously I've got that older bottle of Shalimar, and honestly, to me, it just smelled like it had a massive similarity to Le Leon. I got that hugely.
All right, I'm gonna let somebody on. Somebody's joined us, and it is the great Houdini.
Hello.
Happy birthday, mate.
Thank you so much, James. Appreciate it. How have you been?
I've been all right. Yeah, been pretty good. I've only come on really quickly because I usually come on and sort of rant for ages, don't I? And you know, I don't mean.
Let's all predict James's quickly.
Well,
quickly
I've got to
can
be quick,
mean a lot of things, man.
I've got to be quick, right? Because, funnily enough, it's my missus's birthday tomorrow. Well, technically,
no way.
Today. Yeah, so she's out on the piss at the moment. So I'm kind of on a bit of a promise, right? So she might come in pissed up in a minute. So I'm just sort of hanging around, hoping to get a bit of drunken action. Do you know what I mean? So basically, so I've got to be quick anyway. But what I was going to say was
live stream it.
Live stream it.
We
can use the views, James.
I'm not that fucking, I overshare, but I'm not quite that bad. No, what I was going to say was, Rich, obviously I'm not kind of pushing for you to try those, but I'd love to get your opinion on them. Just simply because, like I say, I don't think I'm very good at perfumery, and I'd like to get, because a lot of my friends will just go, yeah, it's nice. Do you know what I mean? They don't give you like in-depth kind of sort of opinions and stuff. So when you can get into that little packet,
yes, that's right. Yeah,
I'd love you to do it on here, like not for any sort of ego reasons, but just because it'd be interesting to hear you talk about it. So, or you can do it in private, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just one other thing that I did say in the chat, that Valerie from Les Indemodables sent me a really lovely travel spray, because I kind of said, you've got no distribution in the UK at the moment. How do I get hold of your perfume? I really want to try the new Amber. It's spectacular. I take it you guys have tried that new Amber one.
Yes.
Oh man, it's so good. It's unbelievable. So yeah, I've just been kind of reeling from trying that, and I just love Les Indemodables. What a great brand! Like the passion. All I want is for some of these like new brands that come along, these new niche brands and stuff, just to like give a shit and show that they've got like passion about what they're doing, and that they're making stuff, and that they value the customers, because they don't know me. I mean, I've only interacted with them. Like they sent me like a load of samples once, and again, it's not about like sending people free bottles. I'm no, reviewer with a profile or anything. And I just think a little bit goes a long way. And if they show that kind of like, they don't have to send me anything, but that kind of thing, I'll buy their products 100%. I mean, they are expensive, but they're worth it, right?
Yes.
At the end of the day, they are absolutely worth it. And they sent me the little tincture of the ambergris as well.
That's right.
And
a like, good dose too, a good portion size, right?
Sure.
They didn't stimp out on that either.
I could do little experiments with that or anything. I don't know, is it like 5 ml or something? It's it's pretty cool. So I think, I don't know what the advantage, I'd missed a bit of Remy being on the other week, but is the advantage of using ultrasonics, because obviously like I use them in work and stuff like that, but is that just to speed up the tincturing process? Did he
you can do it, you can do the tincturing cold, so it's cold chemistry. So it doesn't boil away any of the good stuff. Do you know what I mean? When he's doing the heat, when they're using like the heat, and they don't have to use any solvents either. So it's a good way of getting the most and the fullest profile from the ingredient.
Well, I mean, I would argue that literally a tincture is a solvent, isn't it? So I mean, I'm assuming that's in alcohol. So maybe they don't. So
he's.
Sorry, go on.
Yes.
No, he was just saying it's to do with cold chemistry, so I might be using the word solvent more liberally than it should be used there.
Right.
But he was using the word like green chemistry and cold chemistry and stuff like that. So it didn't need to. He can do it with lots of different ingredients, so he didn't need to heat them up and lose some of the aspects.
I see. Yeah. Like, so when they do like distillations and stuff, obviously, you lose some of that. So when you do like a CO2 extraction, for example, you're keeping some of those like vital things that you might lose through heat. But I think my thinking behind the ultrasonics was that obviously a tincture, if you get some ambergris and you sort of agitate it and put it into alcohol, you have to wait like sometimes like 2 years to tincture, or maybe 12 months to 24 months to properly tincture a piece of ambergris. So using ultrasonics, I would have thought that just sort of agitates the ambergris and possibly breaks it down into solution a bit quicker, or I don't know.
Yeah, I think the speed was something he mentioned as well. Yeah, the speed with which would be something that it could do, because you're literally like it's like you're stirring it. It's like stirring the pot, get it to go quicker, get it to move quicker.
That's it. Yeah, so it's interesting technology, and I'm kind of quite geeky on stuff like that, so I love all that kind of thing. So that's all I wanted to say, really. Just a happy birthday to Eugene, and it's great to hear you guys on. Oh, actually, one other thing, you were talking about Ben, who was on the other day. He did mention that he was going to be doing a podcast in the new year. Now, I don't know him from Adam. I didn't know him at all until the other week. And I've been kind of talking to another guy on Instagram about doing a podcast. And he said, I know this other guy. And then it turned out to be him. And I heard him mention it on with Eugene the other day on that epic, like 6-hour stream or whatever it was. But I only caught it the next day. And I was like, no way, he's talking about me. He doesn't know he's talking about me, because he doesn't know me at all, right?
Yeah.
And, I thought that was quite funny that he was mentioning it. So I'm probably going to be doing in the new year, it'll be me, Ben, and a guy called Dan from Instagram doing a podcast. So that'll be exciting, won't it?
Yes, it will. It will be fantastic. That. Have you heard Ben's other podcast, the Dark Histories one?
No, I haven't. No.
If you go on YouTube and just search Dark Histories, he's got a YouTube channel about here he is.
Hello, chaps. How you doing?
Hello.
All right, mate.
Ask and you shall receive. Speaking of
that's right.
I thought I'd even bust out the real setup today.
See how quick things happen? Right. Now ask for money quickly.
Fuck that.
Give me a minute.
Is it your birthday, Eugene?
It is.
Happy birthday, mate.
Thank you so much, Ben. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
I was just about to do a review for my channel, and then I thought, I'll see if anyone's live, and
yeah, it's that time, it was my turn to fill up some space, and here we are. But I just want to go back to Les Indomitable for a moment, because it was almost exactly to the year where Houdini had messaged me this time last year and said, hey, have you heard of this brand? Like, you should. He knew my taste and what I liked, and he said, I think you'd really like them because they're right up your alley. And I was like, Les and I couldn't pronounce the name for the life of me. It's just way too French. And I was like, no, I've never heard of them. But then when I went to go look them up, I can, the branding looked familiar, and I was like, yeah, they just started to come on my radar. So it was Houdini who really brought them to my attention.
Well, isn't it funny how all these things just come together?
Yeah.
And
what connects us all, really, right? Isn't that amazing?
Absolutely.
How we're all connected in a way that we don't even, you don't even realize or you take for granted. And the same way you two guys have been connected with this podcast.
Hi, Ben. We've not actually spoken before, which is weird.
Oh, shit. I've just put 2 and 2 together. I went out for a drink and I missed half the conversation, but I've just figured it. How you doing, man?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right.
Good.
I'm telling them about our exciting podcast aspirations for the new year.
Awesome.
So yeah, that's me. I'm Houdini. So nice to meet you.
Did you see the artwork that I stuck in the? I proposed some artwork for it.
Oh no, dude, no, I've not seen that yet. I'll have to have a look at it.
Well, we can do a little. I mean, this is literally just. I was just messing around, so who knows? But a little bit of an.
I like that. Yeah, man. Oh, that's cool.
Les odorants.
I mean, it's just an idea that I just chucked up on the thing, like as a just hashing something out. But yeah, I thought it looked quite nice. A little bit kind of floral.
So where's this podcast going to be found? Where can we find you guys?
Have we even figured any of that stuff out yet?
Will it be on video format as well, like YouTube?
So I don't know yet. I don't know if we figured that out. I think we probably should have like some sort of YouTube presence. But
Definitely.
I think we're gunning for like a proper podcast, like so it'll be like Spotify, iTunes,
because
any podcast catcher that you can imagine it will be on.
They're already asking for it in the comments. This better be on YouTube too.
I think it's a good idea. Yeah, I do think it's a good, because I mean, I think just it's a good idea just to have it into as wide as an audience as possible. But I think as long as people kind of understand that it is going to be a podcast, not a YouTube thing, because I think the medium's very different. Like a podcast as a medium is like it encourages like long form conversation, right? Whereas YouTube tends to kind of stick to that 5-minute sound bites, you know, and I think
the pump and squirt.
I mean, I don't know, to be honest. We haven't really spoke about any of this stuff, so I might be talking out my arse.
No, I think you're right. There's a distinction between. I think that was the whole point of why I wanted to do a podcast, because I don't and have never done YouTube other than coming on here. I've never really done it. So it was deliberately supposed to be a podcast because it's that longer format and kind of, you know. The thing is, a lot of the time, I mean, I listen to this a lot of the time. I don't look, you know, I don't watch it on YouTube. I just have it on in my car or whatever. So a lot of the time, people are just listening to it anyway. But there is definitely a different like feel to it, and definitely wanted to go for more of like the podcast feel to what we're doing. Even though I'm totally disorganized and like you're like seem to be like doing everything, which is great. But I'll show up and you know, talk about perfume basically. So
the nice thing about it is, you know, I've done this for like 6 years as a job. Well, like 6 years, but the last 4 years has been my job really. So
right,
like it's really hard at the moment for me not to just like completely just like info dump on that kind of thing and just be like, this is what we need, this is what we're doing, blah blah blah. But you know, I'm really trying to control myself.
I'd love you to do that, dude. I need, you know, that's what I need, a bit of organization, because I'm totally passionate and keen about doing it. But if it was left down to me to do all the technical shit, it wouldn't get done. Do you know what I mean? So that's good.
I can handle all that stuff. It's fine.
No, that's great.
Just let James know when to show up, and all will be good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But whatever needs to get done will get done. It just happens. It'll happen on its own, right?
You've got some cool guitars in the background there. Is that Mustang bass at the top there?
It's just a regular Mustang, that one, but it's got double humbuckers in it. It's like a special edition, as a Jaguar, and that one's a Jazzmaster.
Oh, cool.
Except from that's just a cheap pretend Jaguar.
Right.
But I really like the color. I bought it because it was pink.
So you like the pastels?
Yeah.
I used to have the Kurt Cobain one, the Jagstang.
Oh, Jagstang,
yeah. I sold it a few years ago though, because it's not the fucking 90s anymore, is it? So
yeah.
But
actually, I remember sitting in a guitar shop in the 90s, taking that off the wall and being like, I wish I could afford this. But I was like, back then I was like a little 16-year-old, couldn't afford it at all.
Well, I bought it off my mate because I did exactly what you're saying. Like at the time, I was like, love Kurt Cobain, playing the guitar, and I couldn't afford it. And then years later, my mate was selling it, I think I don't know, like swapped it for something. And yeah, so I got it, and I was like, always wanted that guitar, and then yeah, I've got rid of it because I don't really even play guitar, to be honest.
No, I'm the same now. I don't. Not since the pandemic. I haven't played at all really because I don't play at home because you can't rip it at home, can you?
No, I've got an acoustic over there, like a Epiphone. I don't know if you can see that. Like it's like a jumbo type, thing. But yeah, other than that, I don't really play anymore. But I'm still technically in a band playing drums. But since the whole pandemic, we haven't got any gigs or anything. So
it's shit, isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, that's it really. Anyway, I better go because my missus might come in any minute all drunk and
you got to be prepared, right?
Yeah. Just got to psych myself up. So yeah. Happy birthday, Eugene.
Thank you so much, James. I appreciate it.
Speak to you, Ben, and always a pleasure, Duck. I'll speak to you soon, Rich. Hopefully, you'll get that package open.
Yes, I'll send you an email, mate. I'll give them a smell tomorrow.
All right, bud.
Thanks very much, mate. Cheers.
All right, take care, guys. See you later.
Good seeing you.
Cheers.
See you, bud.
So, do you want to know a crime?
What's that?
Do you want to know a crime? My scent of the day is vanilla diorama again. And do you know what? It's been my scent of the day for almost a week straight. That's a shocker.
Never.
A week straight?
Did you forget where the other ones are?
I'm just quite liking it, you know. I'm just like, it's one of them things you can just throw on and be like, this is all right. It's all right. It's nothing.
Sometimes you don't want to wear the most challenging shit in the entire world. You don't want to wear Baptem to fur every day.
It's just I don't know what it is. It just must have been my vibe for the week or something. But I've just every day I've been getting up and I've been like, I'm just gonna chuck diorama on again. Yeah.
You know, you're the last guy I would have ever guessed, eh?
Me too, man. I mean, I thought to be honest, look at the notes. I was like, I think I can get on with this. Yeah. But I didn't think I'd like it as much as I do. But yeah, no, I've been wearing it.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. I'm glad that you love it. Like to wear it 7 days in a row is a lot for an enthusiast.
Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, I wear it 7 days in a row now, and I probably won't wear it again ever.
When's the last time you did something like that? Wore one specific perfume 7 days in a row, or even 3 days in a row?
Probably when I bought Bogue Mai. I wore that quite a bit when I first got that, and Bortnikov Chypre du Nord as well. I wore that but that was less because I liked it. That was more because I just wanted to get the hang of it because I was struggling to kind of understand it.
The concept.
Yeah, so I wore that about 4 or 5 days in a row. There was this pissy note in the middle, and I just needed to kind of understand why it was there and sort of try and work out like what it was doing. So I kind of wore that one, quite a bit. Have you tried that Chypre du Nord?
I have not. No.
Smells like a public toilet after about 30 minutes. But in a decent way,
like a parking garage stairwell.
Yeah.
So, are you in a band or do you play for fun?
I used to be, but like same as Houdini was saying, since the pandemic now, we used to be in this free noise kind of jazz band that was just. I mean, I say jazz. Don't get it was properly noise.
Like a
really.
Punk jazz?
Yeah. I mean, some people said it was kind of stoner doom rock and stuff like that, but it was improvisation. All of it was improvised gigs. We did all right. We played all around the country and did a few festivals and stuff like that. But then the pandemic, and that was
you get a lot of people come out to see you.
Nah, 10.
I never seen so much excitement for nah.
Yeah, it was a few people liked us. That was about it.
Do you guys have a van, a tour van?
Yeah, we rented a tour van a couple of times. It was quite good fun. Just
get quite messy in there, or what?
Yeah, it was an absolute wreck. We got told by this Scottish band once that we were the most socially awkward band they ever met, and I think we were all really proud of that. We were
Yeah, you can't get big unless you're awkward, right?
Exactly, right.
Most of those rock stars, they're awkward as fuck.
I thought we'd done a good job, and like we were helping them pack up at the end of the night, and they were like, "Cheers, guys! It was really good to play with you." And we were like, all looking at our feet, going like, "Yeah," and they were like, "You lot are the most socially awkward people we've ever met," and I was just like, "Yeah, that's all right, that's fine." But, no, it was good fun. Played with like my favorite band in the whole world. It was like fulfilled a dream. Like we played with Acid Mother Temple, who are like. And probably no one's gonna know, but they're like this weird little Japanese like noise psych band, and yeah, we played with them, and they were like my heroes. So like, yeah, I was pretty pleased with that. After that, I was couldn't really care less if I ever played a gig again in my life, to be honest.
Yeah,
it was like, goals in it. I've kind of fulfilled them, so that's the end of that.
Yeah, how do you top that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it was all right. But yeah,
how long would you go out on the road for?
Oh, not long. It was mostly like, so we did like a kind of tour that was about 8 days. But other than that, like it would just be like 1 or 2 nights. Like we'd go up to London and then go to a gig like in Norwich or something like that, like, and then come back the day after. So not like long, wasn't like big tours or anything. And like, I'm talking like we're playing in like proper dingy like basements with like 10 people watching.
Right. Hey, 10
it.
is a start, right?
It's all we ever wanted, to be honest. Like, it was all it was ever going to be. It was properly like experimental, but it was honest, and that's what I really liked about it. It was like it was as raw as you can get, and it was like, this is just like, because it was all improvised. It was like, we're gonna just play what we fucking feel like, and you can't get more honest than that, right? Like,
yeah.
It was, so I really liked it. I did have a lot of time, a lot of fun with it. Never got laid, not once. Like,
really, eh?
Just every person that ever came and talked to me after a gig was always like this, like kind of like beardy guy that would just be like, "What foot pedals you got on your guitar?" And I'd be like, "Dude, fuck off!" Like,
you're ruining my scene.
I'm trying. I'm like a single guy. I'm in a band and I've got a guitar and I'm still not getting laid. What the?
But was it like a priority for you? Is it something that you wanted to conquer?
Not a priority, but you would expect at least once in like 2 or 3 years of playing in a band, right? Like,
right.
It was just one of them. It was like a tick the box almost, but I just never. Almost once, and then she got really drunk, and I was like, "Do you know what? I'm out."
Yeah. That could get scary, right?
Got really drunk in the after show, and I was like, we went to this party, and I was like, "Yes, this is going really well. Everyone's going really smooth." And then she drank like 2 bottles of wine and got really bladdered, and I was like, "See ya, I'm going home."
Good choice, man. Probably a smart move too.
Are we talking about perfume anyway, or am I just sordid band stories that are probably not that interesting?
So being in the band and playing music, do you find like big correlations or connections between music and perfume? Like,
do you know what? I look at creating music and reviewing perfumes in exactly the same way, in that I see it in my head as like a visualization of a space, and the notes fill up that space. And I see like that same thing with music, as in like you've got like the bass guitar on the bottom, the mids in the middle, and then like, the highs in the high. And I see exactly that same visualization when I talk about perfume. I see it as like you've got the bass notes are heavier and denser in the bottom, and like they fill up almost like a box in front of my face and that's like the structure of the perfume. It's like I try and visualize it, and I do it exactly the same when I'm making music as I am talking about perfume. It's really weird. I just think there's like
it's not weird at all.
I think they go, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? You've got like building blocks almost, and they go in a certain order, and it's exactly the same with music as it is perfume, right? I think.
Because do you visually see music when you play it?
Yeah, so I'm very like I see it as like a sort of row of lines maybe, and like kind of filling a space, like, or fitting in a certain kind of zone. And you've got kind of, so like if everyone else is playing around me, like with the improvisation thing, it's like I need to kind of fill that space, or I need to kind of color in those blocks, if you like. And I sort of see the same thing with perfume as well. When I like review and talk about them and sniff them, and when I make them as well, it's exactly the same. Like, you know, that's just how I've always done it. But
let's go back to not getting laid. You had all those panty droppers and you still couldn't get laid. Eh?
So that's the thing, though, right? It's like, two different worlds, isn't it? It's like, you know, because you hang out in those kind of like underground dingy bars, and this full of people who are like, you wear perfume, oh my god, I bet you wear fur as well. I'm gonna, you know, like, you know, it's all a bunch of like kind of anti kind of fashion people and anti kind of
Right,
very like set in their ways,
just grungy.
yeah. But and I find like I kind of like I've never really fit in one box like that, you know. Like I'm a proper grunger, and I properly like, you know, Sonic Youth, and like, I mean, when it comes to music, I don't play those guitars. Not a single one of those guitars is in like a regular tuning. They're all just, you know, I play guitars with like pieces of wood, and I just hit my guitar with it for like half an hour and be like, this is fucking beautiful music. You know, I've been quite extreme in that extent, but at the same time, I'm, you know, not that kind of, I don't dress or act that. I suppose I dress a bit like that grungy kid. I did when I was a kid.
Were you looked at like a weirdo? Like,
yeah, so it's really
for
funny.
for wearing perfume or smelling weird or funny or strange?
Yeah, definitely. So I used to, when I used to turn up to gigs and stuff, I used to do this other thing. It was like a noise band that was just me by myself. It was like this solo thing. And it was very much like, it was literally just like looping like electrical like items into each other and getting like electrical feedback and stuff for like an hour, and just being like, just making horrible noise for like an hour, which is pretty extreme. And people I used to get judged heavily for like showing up in like, you know, white trainers and smelling decent, you know. People would say like, oh, you know, like someone's wearing perfume, and I would be like embarrassed to be like, yeah, it's me. And a few times I would be like, yeah, it's me, and they'd just be like, okay. And like I really found it like, I got quite like almost like combative with them, and I'd be like, yeah, you're kind of judging me now, but I'm gonna go on that stage in a minute, and you're just here to watch. I'm gonna go on that stage, and I'm gonna fucking rip your mind off with like an hour-long noise set. So fuck you. You judge me all you like, you prick. But yeah, like I definitely, it was two different worlds, and they don't tend to kind of mix.
You're gonna be down there watching me and smelling me.
Yeah, smell my own noir and listen to my horrible noise.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, it's two worlds, and they don't mix that well, I found.
Sorry for wearing white sneakers and bathing before I got here.
Exactly.
Right. Let me apologize.
Yes. Eugene, I have to go to sleep now, so I will bid you both a good night. Thank you very much, Bennett. It was nice to talk to you.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Rich.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Eugene, happy birthday, mate.
Thank you, Rich. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you.
No problem.
We'll talk to you soon.
I'll talk to you soon. Cheers, lads. See you later, chat.
All right, man. Thank you.
If I scared everyone away. Just...
what have you done, man?
I know. Talking shit. Oh, no.
Maybe you can clear the chat if you start playing some music.
Oh, yeah, easy.
See what we can do.
I see that as like a, you know, that was my ultimate goal. I used to be like, if I can clear the room, I'm happy.
So what now? What, like, what's going on with music? You gonna continue playing, or
I don't know. Like, I mean, at the moment, not really, because the studios are struggling with like the social distancing and stuff. And every time the studios reopen again, they end up getting told to shut down again. So, I mean, at the moment, I'm not doing anything at all. And I'm just going to wait until everything settles down, I think. But then I will, I should imagine, probably. Even if it's just for fun, just because I've got, you know, friends that play drums and stuff, and we just go to a studio just for like a Friday night, like hang out, like smoke a bit of tobacco and play some music in the studio for a few hours, you know.
Right. Nothing wrong with that.
So you were talking about your brand earlier. How's that coming?
It's coming really well. I mean, there's still lots to do, like packaging wise, but the perfumes they're pretty much done. I'm really happy with the perfumes.
How many are you going to be releasing it when you?
Three.
Oh,
perfumes.
wow, okay.
Yeah.
Are they different? Are they like sort of three very different like genres, or are you?
Yeah, they're different from each other. Very different. Very different. I'm excited, I love the way they smell and what they're trying to say and what they do. And I'm excited to share them with the world, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Otherwise, I would never put out anything that I didn't love myself.
So I don't know how much you can really say or how much you've really
I haven't
gone
really said a whole lot. So, I mean,
like,
we're
so when you
still
did
far
it,
away from launch, so I don't want to say too much. I'll
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
save it towards when I know, when I have a concrete date. I'd love to share more, but
yeah. So can I ask you one question? Like, just did you like have a brief for each one? Like,
I
did you
did.
come up with like a concept and then you gave that to a perfumer kind of thing?
No, I had 3 separate briefs and, they came to me over a matter it took, over a couple of years maybe, and they all came to me in meditations, right? While I was meditating, they're just things that came to me consciously and something that I thought about for a long time. And then I just started to put them to paper, in my thoughts to paper, and over a few months, it's like slowly, like, ideas started to turn into reality, right? I just
Yeah,
planted
yeah,
the seed that, I love perfume. I have a story I want to tell. I have a story I want to share. Um, and that seed, that voice in my head just got louder and louder and louder to the point where I couldn't ignore it any longer. Like, this is what I want to do, right? It has to happen. There's
yeah.
no other way. There is no other choice. There was no other answer but for this to happen. Um, it
That's
came to a
cool.
point I started taking like Dior bottles and just kind of making like doodling labels and sticking them to the back of the Dior bottles, right? And I'd get up
Yeah,
every morning and I'd look at them for inspiration. Like, they'd be there. I wouldn't go look for them, but they'd be there. And it would just kind of like that kind of became a reality for me, right?
that's
When
cool,
you
man.
see it every day, you start to believe it. And it
Mm.
took me a long time to kind of get to that place.
So have you got a time frame for like when they're going to be released, or is it still like sometime?
I'd like to say like sometime early next year, but I think it'll be a little bit longer than that.
It's been difficult, hasn't it? Like with like obviously pretty much every industry's had like trouble with like the thing. But like I mean, I remember so like before all of this like pandemic and that, like I was kind of half planning to like I mean I've got like 3 perfumes that are developed and I made them and they're finished. But I just can't like afford to kind of try and do it at the moment because
So where
two
are
of
you stuck? What do you mean afford? Which part of afford? Like what?
so 2 of the ingredients that I used to get, I now can't get, pretty much down to like the company that used to sell it is just folded. And so like it's like, oh, do I have to now? I can buy replacements because they're quite, one was a vetiver and one was a vanilla, like an absolute, which is pretty easy to replace. But then am I going to have to adjust things? Is it going to smell exactly the same? And so I've just kind of like benched everything at the moment because it just seems
Mm.
like now is like perhaps not the best time to be like. I just haven't got the balls, to be honest. I haven't got the balls to do
That's
it.
the thing with me. It was like confidence. I for a long time I lacked confidence, and that's something I had to
Yeah,
overcome. And we talked about earlier. I'm not sure if you were here, but therapy. Therapy was huge for me in overcoming a lot of obstacles, mental obstacles, and even things like self, like worth and value, and
yeah,
and the sense of self and who I thought I was, or who I wasn't. It was more of not who I was, but I had to like get rid of the idea of who I wasn't.
yeah, yeah.
So that really helped me in the sense of gaining confidence. And then it was just really simple things like making those labels and looking at them every day. And it just became like the more I saw them, the more they became clear as to my path.
Yeah, yeah. It's difficult,
Right.
isn't it? Like that sense of like self sort of belief, like to have that self belief that you can do it and succeed is quite
Man,
difficult sometimes.
self-discovery is the greatest journey
Oh
that
yeah.
I've ever been on. You know, it can be slightly painful and awkward and weird, but getting to know yourself, there's no feeling like it. And You know, it's weird because self-discovery comes in silence when you're alone, when you're
Mm.
separate from people and distractions, and you separate yourself from, you know, the monkey mind and the stories that you create in your head, and all these narratives of why things aren't good for you, or why good things don't happen to you. And you know, you just kind of like, you sit there in meditation, and and all these feelings come out, and you start going, okay, I feel that. Where's that coming from? You know, what's the belief behind that? Right.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I did some therapy that encouraged a lot of like internalization and like sort of you know, trying to understand things like from a sort of outside perspective and stuff. And it's just a bit like, yeah, it was hard. You know,
It
lot of
is.
hard truths you have to kind of face up to and stuff.
It
And
can be extremely painful, but
yeah.
there's so much growth involved.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I do think that's the upside of it, isn't it? It's difficult, and you've got to be quite like, I think it's just like, you know, quite vigilant that you're, you know, really being honest with yourself all the time. But I think, and I say, I think that's really hard, but I think it pays in the long run, like in the long term, doesn't it? If you kind of keep on that, you know, it pays off in the end, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And once you discover, you know, who you are, and what your beliefs are, or what your beliefs aren't, because beliefs can very easily be swayed either way. Um, you know, there's a less chance that you're going to abandon yourself, that you're going to abandon your path. We all have a path, you know, path is chosen for us. We just got to decide which way we want to go. And then you decide what's important for you. Is it this distraction that means absolutely nothing? Am I going to sit here and waste my whole night on YouTube? Or am I going to go chase what inspires me? Right.
yeah. Yeah. See, I tend to choose I'm just going to sit here and waste an evening
A
quite
lot of
often.
us do, and I've done that. You know, I'm 47 years old, and I'm just now discovering who I am. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
now like diving into these feelings, like, you know, where is that feeling coming from? Why am I feeling this? Why am I feeling? And it sounds weird, you know, a 47-year-old man just discovering himself, but that's the reality for a lot of grown men these days. We were taught in this society to, you know, to be tough, to be macho, to be brave, to not cry, to not be a wuss, to not show emotion.
Yeah,
So,
I think an awful lot of people go through their entire lives without ever really sort of facing up to a lot of these things, you know,
right.
yeah,
And
like you say,
that's why we abandon ourselves, you know. We choose to distract ourselves and make other people happy, right? Before we make ourselves happy. And as soon as you become disaligned, you lose yourself.
yeah, absolutely. Like I was saying earlier about that band, that Acid Mother Temple band from Japan, and like they don't speak great English, but they wrote this thing once in English, and it's pretty much why they're my heroes. But their whole like philosophy in life is like, do what you want to do, don't do what you don't want to do. And
Yeah.
it's so simple, and it's, you know, they're saying it as a second language, which makes it even more simple. But you think, but that's it, isn't it? Like, do what you want to do, and just don't do what you don't want to do. Like, it's that basic. Like,
But
and sometimes that might have repercussions, but you just accept them. Don't worry about it. Like, you know, you make your choice and get on with it. You know, if you want to do it, do it. If you don't, don't. It's fine.
how many times have you done things that you didn't want to do in order to make someone else happy and to be accepted?
Yeah,
Right.
definitely a lot when I was younger, a lot less
Yeah.
now. Like I've like I'm quite conscious to well, I'm too selfish. You know, I'm very much like, no, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do
Yeah.
it. Fuck
No,
it.
that doesn't align with what I feel. I'm not
Yeah.
comfortable with that. No. And then, you know, these walls come up right away. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, relationships are difficult because there's times where you feel like you want to be loved and you want to be seen and noticed by people, but they don't accept you for who you are. So you need to change in order to fit that image of what or who they want you to be. And the moment you do that, you're no longer yourself. You've given yourself away,
Yeah, yeah,
you know, and that's
totally.
difficult. because now you're no longer yourself. You know, you can pretend to be somebody else for only so long, but the true you always comes back, and that's when it becomes a problem in the relationship.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? How many of us have given ourselves away?
Don't know, but George Zaharoff. Hey, George. I don't think we've met. I'm Ben. He's asking who I was in the chat. Yeah, I'm Ben. I don't think we've met.
That's talking sense, Ben, George.
Megamare, Autoparisi. Have you tried that, Eugene?
I haven't tried any Orthoparisis.
So I really like Megamare. I want to. Has anyone tried Tironi? Because someone was selling it the other day, and I was going to buy it, and then I didn't, and now I wish I did. But I don't know if it's good. But a lot of the reviews on Fragrantica basically said it stank, and I was like, basically, if a review says something stinks, then I'm like, yeah, I'm interested. But I'd never tried Tironi. But Megamare is. I really like Megamare. Actually, it's nice.
George, come on and say hello if you have a moment.
The moment they find out you're Patrick Bateman, everything is all of a sudden an issue.
What else, Ben? What else have you been getting into? Are you dating? Are you single? Like what? Tell us who Ben is.
Yeah, no, do you know what? I mean, I don't know how personal you want me to get. I'm a.
Well, I mean, we're after hours here, so I mean, whatever you want to
Yeah, no,
share.
I mean,
you know, as much or as little as you want to share, or you're comfortable with.
I used to be a hairstylist, and then Corona came, and I decided to make podcasting my full-time job, and that's what I do. But sadly, I don't get out much because of that. Because I mean, none of us get out that much these days, so it's kind of leveled out, and it's gone all right. But yeah, I'm quite like a hermit. I say like before, like pretty much the only thing I really did outside of that was band stuff. So as soon as COVID hit, it was like social life gone. So I pretty much just live at home now like a hermit with my dog, and that's about it. But I'm quite happy with that. Like, I've got like shitloads of books and a dog. What more do you need in life?
Yeah.
Like,
you're okay? Do you ever get lonely, or you feel you need for like human companionship, or
do you know what?
Or does the dog feel that for you?
I think the dog feels it. Like I'm quite I can't handle too much people. Like if I like some people are okay for a while, but after a bit, I'm like, I think things like just watching YouTube, like watching like you guys stream and stuff like that, kind of fulfills that element to a large degree.
It feels that emptiness, right?
Yeah, and after that, like I'm all right. Like I'm quite happy, like with my own time. Just like I could. There's not enough hours in the day for the things that I want to do. Like I've got so many little hobbies that, like, I play piano, I play guitar, but I don't play much guitar at home. But I play piano a lot at home. I do the podcast. I write a novel. I'm writing like a history, like another entire separately podcast. Like, I take my dog for a walk, and that's nice. Like, it's just not enough hours in the day for all the shit that I want to do. So, but yeah, and I don't have time for other people in that either, which is a bit bad. And I feel like a terrible hermit for it, but it's true. Like,
I get it. All those things are fulfilling. Even just reading a book or like I meditate. I sit here every night almost for an hour, and I try and meditate, or I'll read, or I'll go. I love, I run several times a week. I do 10K. And, I've got the perfume thing going on. So there's times where I get lonely, and I'd like to have somebody for like an hour, once a week, just to talk to or vent with, or just have like a little bit of that human connection. But then, I get selfish. Like I love my me time. I want my alone time.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's totally it, isn't it?
Relationships are a lot of work, man. They are a lot of work. It's a full-time job, and to have two people come together with the same beliefs and the same ideas, it's difficult. And that's usually when people fucking lose themselves, when they try and hide or get lost, they try to hold on to something that probably isn't the best fit for them. And that, that's definitely happened to me. I've been in many relationships, but I feel like I always end up losing myself, and I don't like that feeling,
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I've always just thought that I don't want to date anyone that's like me, because I don't want to date myself. So
Yeah.
I always want to date someone that's really different. But then you
Right.
date someone that's really different, and you realize that doesn't really work either
Right.
sometimes. Like, so, like, yeah, I'm not. Maybe I'm not good at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've always gone for strong women with strong personality because I like to be challenged. You know, I don't like a submissive personality and just agree to everything I say. Like I like that kind of, not a debate, but somebody that's going to stand up to me and correct me when I am wrong and say, no, that's not right. Like that. I want that. You know?
I mean, ultimately, I think that's what a good relationship is all about, isn't it? Is that back and forth and that, you know, that challenging you to, you know, like see things in a different way or do things in a different way. And, you know, like, you know, I mean, no one wants to just like not be challenged their whole lives. Yeah.
I don't want somebody agreeable in the relationship. You know, I want somebody that I can learn from. That's what I want.
I always try to go for rich women. Well, I mean, that's the point. This was definitely one route.
But yeah, you know, I've been selfish with my time and I've been just enjoying, you know, being alone and discovering the things that I like and don't like, and the things that trigger me, the things that make me happy or sad, and then when I get there, I was like, oh, there's a feeling. Let's go into that. Like, what's that trying to tell me?
Yeah. See, I don't mind that a bit, but I tend to like kind of be like, yeah, okay, I'm touching on things I don't want to know about now. I'm just going to back off. So when I did that therapy before, it was like some of this stuff I don't want to get near, actually.
Yeah. No, it can be difficult. It can definitely be painful, like bringing up past traumas and stuff. I get it.
Sure, says I just want a parrot to argue with. Yeah, so, I mean, exactly. I mean, I've got my dog. I just spend all day arguing with my dog, and we have a great old time.
I'm gonna let George Zaharoff on. Hi, George. George, you're on mute.
Nope.
Not sure if he hears us. George, you're on mute if you're here. Have you smelt any Zaharoffs, Ben?
Do you know what? I haven't actually. They're quite hard to get over here, aren't they? I see partial bottles floating around every now and then, but I think they're quite difficult to get in England. But I've seen he just recently did like a collab with a bunch of YouTubers, right? There was the about 3 or 4, wasn't there?
Hey, George.
Hello.
Hey, George.
Ben, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, you just did a collaboration with a bunch of YouTubers, right? Like 3 or 4.
Indeed.
Yeah, so I've seen them, but I haven't smelt them yet.
I put my finger in the electric socket to see if it was a live circuit or not.
I am officially signing up for the next GZ collaboration, if there is going to be one.
Do you know, people don't know this, but I remember, Eugene, when I came to visit you. First of all, thank you for having me. Hello, room.
You're very welcome. When I first
had the idea,
Thanks
I approached
for joining
you,
us.
remember?
Yes, I do.
And look at this now. Look how far we've all come.
So which is the Zaharoff with the purple juice? It's like, is it a slightly mauve purple juice? I think it might be like
it's the Pour Homme.
Yeah, I hear that gets a lot of chatter, like you know, around the Facebook groups and stuff. Like, say I've not smelled any of them, but yeah, I hear that one gets a lot of like hype and a lot of sort of respect around the Facebook groups.
Thanks, Ben.
But that's the only one I really know too much about. All the others are news to me.
I appreciate that, Ben. That one bottle has opened up doors. It's like a good calling card for the brand when it comes to meeting with distributors and opening. There's different distributors in different countries that get introduced to the brand from the signature, from that one fragrance, and so I appreciate that.
When did that one come out? Was that
2019, the end of 2018?
Oh, so not like really old then.
I'm sorry?
Not like a long time ago.
No, not too long ago. And
okay.
But it was I was doing this in the 90s, and I closed everything up in 2001 because of that one day. And so it was something that I wanted to revive for almost 20 years. Jesus. And so it was a whole process. But I heard, I was listening to you with Eugene, and Eugene will probably say I'm like a fortune cookie, or I always have something to say about going after your dreams or whatever. And I see that you're a musician behind you. Can you guys hear me? Am I okay?
Yeah, you're fine. You're loud and clear.
And do you know you write music? I assume. I don't know anything about you, Ben. So I'm just from what little I've been able to see.
Yeah, I do. I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah. I play more than I write and just improvise, but I do write some stuff as a solo project. Yeah.
Do you have your music out there? Do you have anything published, your own channel, or do you have anything out there?
Yeah, I had an old Bandcamp, for a while, and the old band had an old Bandcamp, but I haven't. I've got some new stuff that I'm like just like brewing up, but that's not been pushed out at all. Yeah, that's just kind of banked.
Are you in this strange place right now in your life? Like, do you feel like you're just floating?
Do you know what I did? But I feel like I've found like a more of a purpose now. I've got like my podcast and I write. I just released like 5 books, and I'm kind of feeling like I'm finding finally like something that I do, if you like. Like I'm starting to feel like I'm finding that. It's taken a long while, and I've jumped through like 4 different hoops to get there. I went, to taking like an academic route, and then I became a hairdresser for a bit, and then I did this for a bit, and now I feel like I'm kind of finding my space with writing, but it's still I'm still kind of, I'm not there yet,
But it looks like that you like to look at all you're expressing yourself through your art, whether it's hair or music or writing or doing hair or creating fragrance. Like you had said that you have some fragrances that you've created, which I would probably find quite interesting. But sometimes that as artists we get so frozen. So let me just give you a very 10-second story. So I'm in my 20s. I build quite a big business with the fragrances I'm selling to, Neiman Marcus, Nordstrom, Bergdorf Goodman. Things are moving. And for 10 years, and 9/11 happened. And it was that one day because certain business deals were happening and my partner fell into financial difficulties, which then put me into that. And I ended up having to shut everything down. And it was all my relatives and friends were telling me that they knew that I wouldn't be successful. They knew I would fail. They knew. And that's like what you talk about, that fear of putting yourself out there so that everyone could see, I say putting your bare ass out there, but when it comes to fragrance, it's literally showing the world your penis up close and just having everyone look at it and go.
They're dissecting like every little nook and cranny,
right?
And hair and wrinkle and curve and
it's too big,
pee
it's
hole.
too small, it's this, it's too big, it's too long, too thick,
too soft.
Right? And
I see a vein.
Honestly, it's just cold outside. I promise.
The Seinfeld one. I was in the pool.
And but that one exercise, that what happened, that thing that happened, I just stopped talking about my plans and not giving a shit. And so just like you put your books out, like even making music, it's the same thing as creating fragrance. And you and I know that you know that, I'm sure, because you probably, you know, and you, I would, it's easier said than done. I get it. And you're right. There's an expense that goes with starting your own fragrance, the glass, the bottles, all this stuff that go into it. But I think that if you really wanted to come out with your own fragrance, I have a feeling that you're very resourceful and you could bring the energies and resources together to make that happen.
Do you know, I think with the fragrance, what I'm most like, to be honest, I'm making excuses, because ultimately what it comes down to is I'm quite scared that I don't have any formal training, and, you know, I don't, you know, a lot of self-doubt, I guess, that I like what I've made. And I'm really proud of, like, I mean, I've got like a PR like release about it, you know, like with like a blurb about the concept, and the concept is quite, I think, quite good, but I'm terrified of like actually letting other people see that, like, you know, like I would
fear keeps you safe.
Other people smell it and stuff. It's very personal. It's the same with the books that I write. They're just history books, and because of that, it's nothing personal. It's all I am is just a collator of information, if you like. But I've written a novel, and I struggle to actually say that's finished. Like, I always say it's 3/4 finished, because I'm always going back and tinkering with it. And ultimately, I just don't want to put it out there, because it's like far more personal than the writing for the history, because you write about history and that's not you. No one cares. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I've written the words on the paper, but it's not about me. It's not coming from anywhere else. Like, it's not coming about, you know, it's not my personal creativity or whatever. It's not something that I've brought to life. Whereas, like, you release your fragrance, and I have no idea how you did that with, like you said, like all those people telling you couldn't do it. How did you overcome that fear then of saying, you know what, yes I can, I'm going to do it anyway? Because obviously you did.
That's what I did. And going back to what you were just talking about, there's this Napoleon Hill: cherish your visions and your dreams, for they are the children of your soul, the blueprint of your ultimate achievements. And so when you create a fragrance or a song or a book, they're like children. And like children, they grow up, and you need to let them go into the world and let them be enjoyed. And I think that whatever in your head is overriding you creating something that you think is beautiful, the fear, because it's fear based, no matter how you see it, and it's not a bad thing, right? Because it's innate us. Fear helps us survive, right?
Yeah.
And this is just my opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, myself included. So this is just from someone that had to pull themselves up, pick themselves up, dust off the dust, and move on. So the way you have to look at it, like, because I will bet that you have some really incredible work that you're not letting go into the world. And when you look at, like, even Eugene, when you look at like the first signature fragrance, and you look all the way to the back, you see the process and the growth and the progress. You see the evolution.
Yeah.
But I had to take the first step. I had to put my ass out there. And so what I did was I went and met everybody and tried to make it a little easier. I went and met Eugene. I went and met, like, I just tried to introduce myself and get to know people, and it eased a little bit of that stress, because it's very stressful. Yeah, Ben.
But the fear is just a place to keep you safe from being judged.
Yeah.
And people looking at you. But if you're scared and it makes you uncomfortable, the chances are you have something good on your hands, and it's going to be unique. The second you start to create artwork in a way that you think other people will enjoy it is the moment you start censoring yourself. And that is what ruins art, is censorship.
Yeah.
You need to really go like into that shadow and pull out of the subconscious and create from that. like just weird and unique and whatever makes you uncomfortable. Like David Bowie says, like when he creates, feel like you're going into the water, and then when you get uncomfortable, like at a level where you're too deep, go a couple extra steps and get really uncomfortable and create from that place.
Yeah.
And that's when you know you have something special.
And look at Ben, looks like to me very humble. He's got a great disposition. Like I just want to give him a big hug. I'm sure everyone in this room wants to do it. And I think if Ben were to grab
look at this
some
handsome
glass
devil.
bottles, look at that. Look at that face. And the guitar's behind him. Who cannot love this guy? And so I think that even if you had some glass, yeah, lovely. Happy. So if
that's the FU fan.
And so I'm just saying that even if you got some glass bottles and you put a sticker on it and you sold your fragrance, I think that people would embrace and support you.
So you did your signature fragrance, and I think to say like that gets a lot of like, I think critical kind of like, so I'm just speaking from a space where I don't know it, but it gets quite a lot of like critical hype and like a lot of critical acclaim. I think people tend to think it seems to be well accepted anyway, even like within like fragrance community, which is quite a tough nut to crack, I think. So you can go ahead now and feel pretty good, but do you still not get any like, so when you did your like fragrances with like the YouTubers, was there no like creeping kind of like self-doubt there, or have you always been just like ever since that, just fuck you, I'm going to do it and just go for it? Because I would say it's quite a ballsy move to start like collaborating with YouTubers just to see how that goes. I think
the thing is, Ben, is it isn't in my head. I'm putting a fragrance with YouTubers. I'm looking at this like this is the future. Like I've been doing this for 30 years. I've been creating, designing, selling. And when I look at the space, it was immediate too, because I had sent Explore, the first one. I looked at the space and I'm like, oh my God, there's going to be global brands that are going to rise from this group, because retail, the brick and mortar it's dinosaurs. Like I drive by a mall and I go, oh, there's a dinosaur. Oh, it's a dinosaur. And if someone could come to me and tell me, well, you know what, George, this is where fragrance is going to go in the future, other than here. So for me, I'd rather be a visionary and flop on my face than sit on the sidelines and watch all of this happen. And so for me, I think it's the excitement. It's creating. But to be honest with you, there were 6 in the beginning. There were 6 Zed creators, and there ended up being 3. It took 2.5 years because it was a process to learn. And it was when I had to cut the checks, because I let every content creator deal with their own perfumer. Man, the perfume house, looked at everyone's briefs and assigned them their own nose. I didn't know what who was what until after it was filled. And I sat down and we did a Zoom and we smelled all of each other's fragrances. I sent everyone their fragrances and we sat down and smelled them. So I had no idea. But I have to tell you, it was that point where the panic of, oh my God, what happens if this, I just paid all of this inventory. What if this, what if that, what if, will this affect my brand? Will that affect Zaharoff? All the hard work, like all of these things came rushing in. And the only thing I could say is I did a first-class job, and I need to let it go and let the universe do its thing, no matter what happens.
Yeah, it's out of your hands, right?
So I hope that answers your question. And I wanted to relaunch the old fragrance. That's because it had been on the market for a year before everything went to hell on 9/11. And so for 20 years, I had in my head relaunching that fragrance because I knew that was a winner. And so as I go through the process, because it took a long time to get everyone, all the synergies together. And when it came time, I go, okay, good. I call Quest, which was bought by Givaudan, and they told me they didn't have it. They didn't have the men's fragrance anymore. I cried. And I literally started crying. And I told myself, you're mourning something that's been dead for 20 years. I had to let it go with the faith that no matter what happens, I tried my best. And I'm telling you this, Ben, and Eugene to hear, is that sometimes, you know, putting your art out there and you know that you did your best job, who cares what anyone else says?
Yeah.
As long as it came from the heart and you
Right.
believe it and you love it, that's what matters. And you're going to get criticized no matter what. For somebody, it's going to be too challenging. For somebody, it's going to be too commercial. You're never going to be able to fit everybody's tastes. But that's not your job. Your job is to create and express what you feel.
He knows all this, Eugene. I think he knows this.
Yeah, but sometimes it's good to hear it again from people that have gone through the same thing.
I know it's good that he hears it, but I feel like he knows it. And you said that you're missing 2 ingredients. You said you're missing 2 oils.
I mean, yeah, like it's just like I said to Eugene, I think it's an excuse. Like it's an excuse to not do it. Like,
it's an excuse to keep you safe.
To not find another distributor and just be like a supplier rather, and just get on with it. It's an easy way for me to bench it and go, oh, I can't be dealing with that at the moment. I haven't got the time, or I haven't got the money, or whatever, and just put it in the background and just forget about it and say, I'll do it next year. I'll do it, you know, in a couple of months or whatever. It's just a way to kick the can down the road, if you like.
And you know what you're going to say to yourself after you launch it? You're going to say, I should have done this years ago.
Yeah, totally.
I promise you.
Well, the time wasn't right years ago. I know what you mean.
The timing, of course.
You know, whenever it's launched, that's the right time for you or anybody. But George has a great story, and you want to talk about like great things happening. And he's told this story before, but I want to hear it again, is how he lost his perfumer and found him again. You know what I'm talking about? When you were looking for Claude Deer?
Right. I couldn't find Claude. And I was at the airport at LaGuardia. I went to Givaudan. They said they didn't have the fragrance. I was at LaGuardia crying to this woman whose husband is a police officer in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So the farthest removed from my world, completely in terms of manufacturing, production, fragrances, any luxury goods, none of that. And I go, I can't even find my perfumer. I don't know where he's at. And she goes, what's his name? And I'm like, I go, his name is Claude Deer. Stay right there. Stay right there. My neighbor is best friends with Claude Deer. Stay right there. And the phone rang, and I'm at the gate crying. I can't believe I found you. I mean, honest to God, that's how it happened.
How amazing is that? Like it was meant to happen.
Yeah,
so
it was meant to happen.
You met a random stranger who happened to know the guy exactly that you were looking for.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Like your worlds collided.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the connection we all have. The same way Houdini like basically connected me to my perfumer just by sending me a message saying, go check out this perfume brand. And I was looking for a perfumer at the time, and I was lost and confused the same way you felt. And Houdini basically handed him like over to in my hands.
That's wild. It's the synchronicity. It's the energy that you put out into the universe. You know, Ben, you know what you kind of remind. Have you ever read the book, The Alchemist?
No.
I think by Paul Coelho. It's a little, reminds me of you, of this guy that has dreams, but he never goes after it, because then it's like, okay, then what? You know, then what? And so it's a beautiful book. If you have, it's called The Alchemist. It's a quick read. It sold gazillions of books, and just an audio thing. I would completely recommend it. And you know, the way I see it, and this is with Eugene as well, is that I see it as the universe being my partner in crime. And I always tell it, listen, I'll do my part, but I expect you to do yours. And so that's kind of how I live my life, like that too. Like things will always come together. And if I don't know something, I'll go and find it. And like Eugene said, with meditation, and I don't think I ever said this, but I'll share the meditation quickly. When I meditate, I imagine this band of energy circling the globe, and everyone is connected to that. I picture little things from their heads, like little beams going onto this great thing circling the globe. And when I meditate, I try to put what I want onto that band of energy to link up with the right people to make whatever I want possible. And you create that manifestation. And I mean, it's all science, right?
You just got to ask the universe. You got to tell it what you want.
Yeah.
Paulo Coelho. Is that the Alchemist? Paulo Coelho?
That's it. That's the book.
The one. I'll have a look. I'll keep it. Yeah, I just found it on Amazon. I'll keep an eye on it.
So many of us are fear-based, and we say, "Oh, I can't do that. I could never do that. That would never work for me. I'm not that lucky, right? I couldn't do this. I couldn't do that." And that's just to keep you safe, keep you safe from trying or the fear of failure.
It's a huge fear. It's a very real fear. But I'll buy your first 10 bottles.
You don't. It's deal.
There you go.
I'll buy your first 10 bottles. I feel like just order you glass and pumps and caps and just send it over there. Here you go. Get to work.
They're gonna stink. I'll tell you that much. I could.
Ben, you've already sold 10 bottles. You're already, 10 bottles ahead.
Success.
There you go.
What ingredients are you missing?
So I had I was working with a vanilla absolute that I really liked, and a vetiver oil, like a Haitian vetiver, and I got it from a specific, like a really small distributor that was doing like fair trade and stuff, because I've been trying to keep it like on that side of things. And then they closed down and had like a short-sightedly, I was like, brilliant, they're having a sale and it's closing down. I can get everything cheap. But in the long term, it meant that I can't, obviously now I can't, if I wanted to make volume, I have to alter those two oils, which is probably not a big problem actually, but it's enough for me to go, oh well, I just won't do that then. But
speak your truth.
But and in fact, I used the vetiver in such a small quantity because it was an essential oil, so it actually wasn't like, it's not actually what I was using to make the vetiver like accord, if you like. It was more of just an accent to it. So in fact, I could probably get away with using any old shit. like I mean, not quite, but you know what I'm saying. I don't think it was an integral ingredient, and I don't even know if it's really needed. I just thought that using it gave it like a hint of rawness that I quite liked. But yeah, I think possibly any probably reasonable quality essential oil would do the same job, because I was using it in such a small amount, as part of like a wider accord, that it's probably not important, if I'm being honest.
And what's the second oil?
So that was just a vanilla absolute. That was it. Just a vanilla, so like quite basic, and it wasn't. Again, I was using it in a tiny amount because I was actually using like vanilla and stuff like that, like far more. So yeah, but I mean, both of these are things that I started off with tinctures, and then moved on to like absolutes but at both times I was just using them as like I say, like accents to,
or like accoutrements.
Yeah. So they're not a big part of the perfume at all, but I think I kind of just lied to myself, or I think I just kind of made it so like, oh well, if I can't do that, I need to. It's more work, and therefore I'm just not going to bother, because it's difficult at the moment, and just left it to one side. But I mean, I'd love it. Yeah.
You'd
The
love to
concept,
finish what you're gonna say. You love what?
the concept is I'm really hyped about the concept.
I could see your face too. I believe you.
It's so good.
Don't
But
tell anybody.
but it's just that yeah, I don't know if, and the thing is, it stinks, and I don't know, and I know like Eugene, my taste, right? It's pretty
Yeah.
uncompromising. It's pretty brutal. Like, it's not a crowd pleaser. Like I've done 4 fragrances for this first collection, and not a single one of them is pleasant. Like, every single one is like brutal. One of them's actually quite nice. It's a bit more gourmandy, but the other 3 are like sea salt, burnt leather, old dry wood. I mean, it's based on it's like this 17th century Dutch trading
That's awesome.
outpost in Japan called Dejima, that was like a man-made trading outpost, and it's like it's that the whole overarching thing is the 2 cultures clashing. Like, you have like the Dutch and the Japanese, and little did they mix, because like the Japanese wouldn't let the Dutch mix. So you have these 2 cultures that are so far apart, and yet they're trying to find this kind of meeting place in the middle, which is the man-made island that they trade on. And with that, you've got like the romance of like the brothels, and the being far away from home and being lonely. And you've got like just weird, like festivals that they see like throughout the year that you can play on, and it's all just so alien. And then there's like that kind of nostalgia of the things that you need to remind you of home. And so this is my concept, and I've made, like I've got 4. I love it. I think it's such a great idea, but they all stink, and I'm just terrified that people would smell it and go, "What the fuck is this shit?"
People that have appreciation for that, right?
Do you know what though? I
Yeah.
don't think that there's anything that you could create that. When I was talking with Man is like the number 5. It's not the biggest fragrance house. It's top 5. And they were telling me that they were working with this guy on a fragrance. Can I be a little crude? Is that okay, Eugene?
Absolutely.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you, George. I appreciate that.
The guy wanted the guy was married to a female porn star, and he wanted her secretions, a fragrance to smell like that. And so he would send Man in a Ziploc bag whatever would be coming out when she had an orgasm. And so why am I saying this is that no matter what you put out, the art of it, you're going to find somebody that's going to enjoy it. That you could be with I went to Florence 2 months ago. They had internally they have a fair of the mom and pop Italian mom and pop perfume houses.
Thanks.
And there's some beautiful houses there. It's a small family. They don't have a big business, but it's enough where they have they have a good, let's say, €5 million business, which isn't big at all. But you could be a nice little niche house, and you're building on it, and you have 4 or 5 fragrances, and you could be doing millions of dollars or millions of pounds in business, and have a small brand like Eugene.
Squirter pour homme.
Or would you say Squirter pour homme? Yes.
Yeah, that could be the name of the dude's fragrance, Squirter
Right.
pour.
And they had an issue with he was not happy every time that the submissions would come, but the only thing that did not factor in was if his partner was having an orgasm. Obviously he was a part of that somehow, and his senses were heightened as well. And so the experience that he had with her there is different than when he's relaxed and calm and he's taking,
It's quite a common thing with perfume, though, isn't it? Like, so you have Vivienne Westwood came out with Boudoir, and she wanted that to smell like vagina, and then like that guy, and then there's a male a perfume that came out that was called Cum, wasn't it? And it was supposed to have like a cum accord, and it was meant to smell like jizz.
Thanks.
Is that what like bleach or something?
Yeah, you would think so, right? Like kind of chlorine-y bleach, I guess. But yeah, that is quite. It seems to be quite common in perfumery, right? People want to make accords that seem to smell like.
Maybe they needed like to do some more foreplay and wait for the vagina to become engorged and all kinds of things before you got the right scent. Who knows? Who knows if the porn star was sending Mon the right submission?
Right. Or they should have the nose there that, like, just say, stop everything, stick your face in her, smell it. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for.
That's right.
Mine should have sent exactly that. Yeah, I agree with you, Etherealist. But I have a Royal X coming out that smells like it could be called like after fuck, because it smells like a guy after having sex. So that's coming out in the next couple months, and I actually have the balls to do it because I think it's hot. And so you spray it and you're driving your car, you're wearing a suit and you're smelling it, and it smells like you're doing something. It takes you somewhere where you're driving, but it smells like you just did something.
It's almost like you're getting highway head or something while you're driving.
That's right. And so, like, balls out. As long as you're creating art and it's something of beauty, and look at the story you just said. I mean, what kind of packaging you could put with that, Ben? You could create, like, I'm not going to say anything because it's your thing, but there's so much that you could do. And I have a feeling there's a past life involved here of you being a merchant from those days too, because who the fuck says that?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I will one day, but
what a great story. I mean, who tells you, the old Dutch East Company and, trading with Japan? I was like, who the fuck says that? And so it's kind of cool. And
I'll tell you what, though, like,
if you're looking for vetiver or you're looking for vanilla, Jesus, I don't think it would be difficult to find at all. I'll send you a kilo of it. I'll make a couple calls and send you a kilo of it, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Send me a kilo of something, but not vanilla.
Whatever you want, Eugene. It's your birthday.
What's the name of the perfume that you said that is coming out in a few, like, what stinks like after sex?
It's X. It's called Royale X.
Okay, because I mean, I think if a perfume can make me blush, then it's like that's what you want, isn't it? It's got to be good.
The bottle, I did it where the sides of the bottle had bars on it, and you had to stroke it. And when you stroked it, the words would appear. The bars would disappear, and these words would these like crude words, like slower, faster, helping hand. That kind of stuff. And so I can't believe it. So, but I just couldn't get it right, but you'd have to literally stroke the bottle and warm it up.
Oh man. I can just see it now. Like, what's going to come from this? So,
and then I wanted to put a cock ring in every package. And I'm like, do you think that's crude? Do you think that would be awesome to do? Or do you think it would be crude?
I think it'd be, people would talk about it, definitely. I don't think it'd be too crude.
I think it'd be great. I think that's the sort of thing.
It's like an accessory.
It was meant. I just got hit. I know what I need to do. I think I
All right, capture that idea and
I love that idea.
And meditate on it.
Yeah, so like, just I wanted the person to come into mindset, you know, and I just wanted to be a seller because I come from a very deeply religious background where sex was evil, and not evil, a sinful thing.
Taboo.
It was the devil's tail. And so this is my ode to human male sexuality, and a big fu to the sinfulness of it all.
This is George unleashing his inner child. This is little George coming out.
Yeah, baby.
You got this, George. Tell us really quickly, what's been the reception like for Tabak? I'm really curious because I know it's doing well.
I'm really happy with it. I'm just really rosé and Tabak. I'm very grateful for the support. I'm just very grateful for it, and I'm just very grateful for it. It's still like, you know, because you know. Anyway, I'm just very grateful for it. It's been very strong.
I think you got something really special on your hands, and I can see Tabak hitting, and I'm not even like being sarcastic, but like an iconic status like a lot of other tobacco fragrances have in the past. That's my vision for Tabak. I can feel it. I feel it when I wear it. You have a winner on your hands.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Eugene. And you know what? And that's, you know, with Ben and yourself, you know, that's why you just keep putting your art out there, and you're building a portfolio, and you just keep putting it out there. I can't express it even more.
Yeah, one moment at a time, and eventually you have a whole collection built, right? It doesn't happen overnight, but in the accumulation of moments, you have.
That's right.
Express your art.
And you have a story, Ben and Eugene. I mean, Eugene knows all this already. Ben, you have a story, and you could connect it with fragrances that you actually mix yourself. That's incredible. And is that scented? What is the gentleman with the Centauri fragrances?
Peter.
Oh, Peter.
Peter. What's his last name?
Peter Carter.
Peter Carter. I didn't know that his last name was Carter. And so you have a brand like Peter. This is the future, Ben. And I don't know about you. I don't know about your channel, but that doesn't mean anything. Duncan, I love you. And so, and he's got a nice business this space is the future of fragrance. I have no doubt in my mind. There's nowhere else for it to go.
What do you see? Do you see this getting bigger? Do you see more and more YouTubers creating from this space?
Oh, 100%. They become inspired, right? Like,
yeah, you know, the original guys, and God bless them, like Jeremy and Steven, they were laughed at. The guys that have paved the way, and even before them, there was John Pegg from Kerosene, right? He was, I think, the first YouTuber.
And zoology too, right? Was he also a YouTuber?
He wasn't on YouTube, but he was, you know, he had a big following on Facebook, and he used to post and all that. So, you know, I think he got a lot of support from Facebook, but he's here right now, Victor.
I think Victor, before he started Zoologist, was was into kind of the fragrance community and on social media and stuff.
Right. He would write reviews, and he had a blog that he shared. And, you know, he was he created video games by trade, I believe. He was a graphic artist. And, you know, after spending some time with zoologists, he was able to quit his day job and pursue his passion and his dreams. And he's been, you know, super successful by the looks of it.
And that's how it's done. And you know, Ben, one thing.
And sorry, and I heard Victor say, like, his first year of zoologist, he sold something like 3 bottles. And look where he is now.
He has a really, I think, like dedicated following now. Like he has a very strong pull, I guess. Like I don't know, but I think people would maybe see the honesty in it. I don't know.
Victor says 5. He's correct.
5 bottles. But yeah, no, I think he has a very strong following now. Like
and I was one of them.
Big support group, like a big people. Yeah, just a solid support.
That's pretty awesome, Eugene. And you know, those 5 bottles, like Victor probably he probably knows exactly who those 5 bottles went to, and you hold it. He probably holds them dear and near to his heart. And Ben, the one thing that, like, I'll get someone that'll write to me and say whatever, they don't like it. It smells like this. It's shitful. And I just say, you know, I understand it. I appreciate you telling me, and they like want to get a rise out of me, and they're like, did you hear what I said? I go, of course I did. I'm acknowledging and validating that whatever is coming into your nose and going to your brain, you're registering it as whatever you're telling me it smells like. I believe you, and God bless you. And that's just how you see it with your fragrance. I don't look at it like I put something out there that is good or bad. It's their interpretation of my art. And so now I remove myself and I just bless them. I mean, it's like, okay, I'll go to the other 5 billion people on earth and see what they say. And if 4.9 billion people don't like it, there's going to be 100,000 or 10,000 or 100 that like it. And that's kind of the attitude that you have to have, Ben, when you put be it your books, your music, but your art, it can't be a secret held close to you. They need to be released and put out into the universe, because you create this flow from the universe through you, and it speaks through your art, and you're creating this flow, like out into the universe, down to you, into you, out into the universe. And that's what you do with your art. By you like holding on to it, it's like constipated.
Right. You got to let it go into the world. Share it. George, what has been like for you? Have you gotten any emails or messages, either good or bad, that kind of stick with you more than any other?
Like
like somebody complaining about one of your perfumes.
Yeah, I have there was one person who insisted that Noir, Royale, and Signature were all the same fragrance, and I was fooling the public. And that all of the reason why no one has said anything is because people love me so much that they don't want to tell me. So basically they're telling me it's the Emperor's New Clothes, that I'm just naked and what I'm wearing is beautiful and look at the threads. And I said, I believe you. And it was a channel. And he goes, but I'm not going to, I go, but like I tell people, if you don't like it, go public. That's okay. I go, listen, put it out there. And if other people think about it and see it the same way, I'm sure they're going to agree to it. Like, but he got angry at me for that.
Because you didn't agree with him?
Right.
So it's a big conspiracy. It's really the same perfume everybody knows except for this one guy, right?
Unbelievable. The hardest ones is the request for money. I get people on life support, like someone will take a picture of their sister on life support and then say that they need money.
Are these complete strangers?
Yeah, that's hard to do. I get women in the Philippines asking me if they're looking for a wife. I get, go-go boys. The one thing though that really like got me like this was some young a kid in Afghanistan sent me a picture, and I was livid and said, what do you see on my Facebook that you think you're gonna say, let me send this guy my butthole? And he looks like the type that wants to see it. Who does that? Seriously.
Is that the first time you got something like that? Is that the first time you got something like that?
That was hard because it was a child. I was pissed. But fuck. I don't know. Sometimes if I was talking today at the office, I don't know if I'm being baited. Like, you know what I mean? Like a honeypot or something. Like, I just don't want to. It's the truth, though, because they see what they see on my Instagram. And do you know what I mean? And they think that
you can support the world, right?
Yeah. And it's just, you know, like I just, it's part of just giving some theater out into the universe and having, you know, just a little bit of an escape, not, oh my God. So
See what you have to look forward to, Ben?
What'd you say?
So
yeah,
I mean,
this is what Ben has to look forward to.
If you ever need motivation, it's these stories that are going to push me over the edge.
Oh, so yeah, so I get stuff like that. I get can you travel coach one time and pay my tuition? People are gonna start hearing me, whoever I'm talking to about, they're gonna be like that. I have to be careful what I say because someone could be, one of the people that wrote to me could be listening to this. So just, do you know what it is? Is that there was one person that would tell someone, oh, if you need money, talk to George. And I think you know who that might be. And I'm like, quit saying that to people. Quit telling people that. What are you?
Yeah, you're not doing me any favors.
People, if you're hearing this, God bless you. I love you. But just like everyone else, you know, I have to juggle stuff myself too. We all do. Hello.
Yeah. George,
Ben,
I need somebody to finance the rest of my project. I need about 25 grand. I'll call you after the stream.
Is that what you need?
No. A little bit less.
You guys, Eugene needs 25 grand. Let's raise some capital. I'll give $1,000 and we raise money and let Eugene finish his project. We'll raise 25 grand. And Eugene, everyone who does it gets a bottle, his first bottle's on there.
It's going to come somehow. It's going to come.
You guys, we need to raise some money for Eugene now. Now that you've said this, you put it out into the universe, Eugene.
That's right. You know what? I had no idea how expensive it was going to be. And there's always these hidden costs. The majority of the project is paid for, but now it's just, it's basically packaging and stuff like that. But it's still, it adds up, right?
It all adds up because you'll be like, oh, you know, whatever, a kilo, and then all of a sudden it's 20 grand.
Yeah.
Or
right.
Your caps, or your, you know, when Jeremy said that, you know, Jeremy got on and said, this is the true cost of a bottle of perfume. And he said, I think he said $3 or whatever. I'm like,
yeah. And whose world is that?
That's not my world. And he doesn't take into consideration, like, you could look at something raw and say, okay, this is 2 cents to make. Yeah, but you have to.
No, it's not. It's not.
Infrastructure, office. You have to have, you know, design and creative and minimums. And
that's not
there's
even
so
like,
much more that goes into it. You can't just sit there and say this costs $3 and I'm charging $350 for, maybe in his. Right, but that's not how it is, and people think that it is, and it's not.
Right.
So 25 grand. Why don't you do a fundraiser, Eugene? Why don't you do that? 25 grand. You'll be able to. I think you'll get a lot of people supporting you. That's not a lot of money.
Man, I have a hard time asking for people for money.
But you're not. Okay, listen to me. And I need other people, other artists to hear this. You're not begging. You're saying, for my art, I will give you this if you give me this. So you're not begging. Do you have a good product?
I have an amazing product.
Huh?
I have an amazing product.
There you go. I think you should do a crowdsourcing. I think you'll raise it immediately. If that's what's holding you back, do it.
It's not really holding me back. I mean, I'm not there yet, but I mean, the time is coming, right? And when that time comes, I'm certain the money will show up.
You'll sell that. You'll sell 25 grand the first day you launch. So by you making something special, I think you could create a package saying, okay, I'm going to do a crowdsourcing. I'm only going to raise 25 grand. That's my first 300 bottles. and people that give me $1,000 get this. People that give me 500 get this. People that give me 300 get this, and you'll be like,
Right.
And then you're gonna have
free and clear.
I gave you my money. Where's my bottle?
Right. Then you got to put up with all that. That's something I didn't want to. I wanted to avoid all that. Right. I put up my own money. The majority of it's come from my own money. From,
That's incredible.
My money, not borrowed, not stolen, money that I've earned. And that was important.
I didn't doubt you, Eugene.
I know you don't. I know you don't, but there's lots of doubters out there.
There was a did you see that truck, the Brinks truck? There was like 3 weeks ago. It was driving and the doors were open and all this cash was flying onto the expressway and people were stopping and grabbing money and stuff. I don't know if you saw that.
No,
that's what came to mind. Eugene running and grabbing but Eugene, I think 25 grand, you'll do it very quickly. And when the time comes, when you're like a couple of months out, you could do a pre-sale too, and that will help you with your cash flow too. You hear that, Ben?
Yeah. I'm just enjoying the fact that Eugene's on the end of it at the moment.
No, definitely. It helps having money coming in and having fluid cash, right? Instead of just keep pulling out of your savings.
And that's with any business. And when you start doing, and I had this conversation with Jeremy too, you have to make sure that you have things moving, because with all the minimums, you could have $1 million sitting in a warehouse with bottle and glass and boxes and have nothing. Like, you'd be cash poor, and so you always have to be careful that you don't buy too much. It's very delicate, just like cash flow projections though too. Like I had a meeting with my accountant because I'm doing the end of year stuff, and it's like, the accountant, what does that say? I think a lot of us would love to help Eugene. I agree. I give the first 1,000. I'll cut you a check. I'll PayPal it to you, Eugene. Can we get a couple other people here to give you $1,000? You know what? Why don't we just do it here and now? I hear 1,000. Let's see 1,000. Let me think of something.
There
Anybody who gives Eugene $1,000,
I'll send nudes to.
Where's my PayPal? That would be interesting. Actually, I love you like a brother. I don't need your nudes, but I'll send it to you. It'd be weird, anyway.
Yeah.
You're like my brother. I just love you so much, Eugene. And Ben, like even talking to Eugene, like I do everything. So, and I love it. Like, there's artists that say, oh, I need to have my space. I need to have, I need to be in the south of France. I need to have office. You are your art wherever you go, be it Starbucks or on the couch where Eugene is, you are your art. And all you need is this.
Yeah, I'm quite happy just in my bedroom, like just cracking on, or in the lounge, just cracking on, or whatever. You don't need anything special. But
it's going to come. The time is going to come, and everything is going to work out.
Do you know Matt Smith with Pocket Sense?
Melly?
No, Pocket Sense. Matt Smith. Yeah. Do you know Pocket Sense?
Is that Smelly's partner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should reach out to him.
I'm not going to reach out to complete strangers.
Ben should, because he has a lab and he does that filling. He does that kind of stuff.
Right.
Oh, wait. Do you say Smelly's partner, as in like the guy? Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know him, but I've heard of him. Like he's I've heard of him before. Because he does a lot of like perfumery, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he had a blog. Actually,
and he knows perfumers too. Like if you're mixing the perfumes, and you want to make them, that's good too. But if you want a perfume house to take your perfumes and create a master or a copy of your master, you could do that too.
So he used to write a blog, and I learned how to write formulas from his blog.
Really, from Matt?
Yeah. Like years ago now, probably like 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah,
he's exceptional. And if I were to give a license where I would fill in the UK, I would work with him in a heartbeat. He's first class. He's a stand-up guy, and he does small runs. So that might, just something that would be able to help you. You know what I do? Every time someone wants to do something in my head, I put the whole thing together, the whole strategy. It says, okay, you can do this, then go here, go talk to this person and make it happen. And one thing is, sometimes when I'm sitting in first class and the people are going in the back, I think I told you this before, Eugene, and people are, have I ever told you this?
It sounds familiar, but finish.
Okay. I see people getting on the plane, and they're going to the back, and they say, one day I'm going to be rich enough to buy a ticket to sit in first class. And it's interesting because the universe doesn't know about dollars and cents and money. It just knows action. And so you have miles, you have upgrades, you have miles in cash and points. There's so many other ways to get to what you need. And one of them is with the fragrance. Look at Eugene. Eugene has had people come together to create the fragrance, the filler. Like, there's people that will help you blow at your wind to get you where you need to get to. That's the whole thing, is that it's just manifesting action. And I hope I light a fire under your ass and inspire you, Ben, to go do it. And I'm here. You ever want to get in touch with me? I will help as much as I can.
Yeah, thank you very much. And do you know what? Speaking to people like yourself, you see the drive and that confidence that if you just I can see that if you see what you want and you just do it. And I so envy that. Like, it's because for me, I see what I want, and then I and faff. And I used to have a friend who was very similar, actually, in his drive and the motivation. And he came over to England and was cleaning the pier with a mop. And he basically saw this stool that was for rent on the pier. And then the next thing he's got one of the best restaurants in my city. He rented this stool without even knowing what he was going to do, and was like, I might start cooking Japanese food, because he was from Japan. And now next thing he's got the best Japanese restaurant in my city. And it's people with that drive. And I speaking to you, George, today, I see that same drive and that same ability to just say, I don't give a shit, I'm just going to do it. And it's definitely motivational speaking to someone like that, having that, seeing that drive in people, and sort of maybe tagging along for a while.
Ben, first of all, I appreciate it, and it's all frequency and vibration. And if you're with people that are doing already what you want to do as a dream, I can't explain it, but you don't hear, oh, they can't be done. Oh, it's too hard. You're around people that are already doing it. Eugene went from sitting. I mean, think about how profound this is, right? Eugene is in his room, which is a fabulous place, by the way, with a video camera and a ring light. And look what he's been able to do. He's been able to connect, with the forces to bring together what he wants. And that's in France. Think about that. It's overseas. It's not like he's going somewhere every day. And so, and he surrounded himself with people that are doing it already. And that's why, talking, just bringing it out there. I think you're probably a little bit surprised, because you just mentioned it and all of a sudden it all comes out, right? It's like, oh, you can do this. And you're like, I don't think you've done anything to even look into it. Maybe it was a little bit in the back of your mind, but if you really want to bring it up, I would tell you have a great story. I feel like you've got some past life energy going on, which is pretty freaking cool. And I think all of those energies, if you're dealing with that kind of karma, I think you could kick ass.
Well, thank you very much. It's, I mean, yeah, thank you. I'll certainly gonna, yeah.
Anything I could do, I'm here. Thank you for having me, Eugene. God bless you. Happy birthday, Eugene.
Thank you so
I
much,
love you
George.
very much. And happy happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Stay blessed, be blessed. And thanks for having me.
Show us your shirt before you leave.
It's this old thing.
Woohoo! Look at that.
Do you think it's too loud?
I think it's beautiful and it completely suits you. I'd love to be able to pull something like that off.
Would we expect any less?
Right. Yeah.
I just having fun. And you want to talk about, like, it's one thing to be on camera and to be doing this and having fun. But when I go out in public for a moment, I get like freaked out, like, oh my God. And then I'm like, fuck it. I'm fabulous.
Or do you ever run into like old friends from school or family and they might see you and you're like, I wasn't like this at a certain time in my life when they did remember me? Does it make you feel any sort of way?
You know what, Eugene? I was always extra.
And that's what makes you you.
I was always this way. I was always extra. Now I just don't care as much, And there's more. I think we discussed this when we met in person of having to go and love myself and all of that as well, and not be too concerned with other people think. So, all right, love you guys, Ben. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for letting me share my story, and thank you for sharing yours. I think you've got some past life stuff going on within yourself, which I think is freaking incredible. And I don't think it's foreign to you what I'm saying. And I think that's if you tap into that shit, you're gonna do very well. Eugene, I love you. Happy Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everybody.
Love you,
Cheers,
George.
man. Thank you very much. What a bloody lovely bloke.
That was awesome, right?
I mean, I've seen him before online, like on other people's streams, but yeah, I never spoke to him. But what a bloody lovely bloke.
How did you feel about him before, and how do you feel about him now?
Kind of the same, except from, like, I mean, because when I saw him before, it was like you can see that there's a guy here who has like a lot of drive and a lot of like sort of self-belief, and also a little bit of like eccentricity, which obviously it's never a bad thing. And I kind of feel the same now, but I just what a bloody lovely bloke. It's very charismatic, isn't he? Like touches you, like definitely like touches you and then leaves, and you're like, that was an experience.
And he was one of the first guys to plant a seed. Like, he said, if you want, you can do pretty much anything you want. And if you want to start your own perfume, you can. And that seed just he planted it and it just grew. It grew from there and it sprouted.
I'd love to hear more about what he was saying. Like the 20-year gap between his fragrances and stuff. Like I have to like look more into his back, like the story of that. He's told
the story several times on YouTube. If you search his video.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet I can find it actually if I look. Yeah.
Search Review the Reviewers, and you'll find. And he's gone into great detail and depth about those.
Yeah, I need to get hold of Paul Hom now, because that's like, I feel like even more now. Like, right. I owe it to myself to smell this now, because it gets a lot of hype, doesn't it? That so it gets a lot of I hear a lot of good things about it.
It's a well-made and well-loved masculine fragrance. It's a great everyday scent.
I'm in a couple of like Facebook groups that you buy and sell and stuff like that, and when it crops up there, it's always like positive things said about it.
No, that was great.
Cool.
I
the
really
House of
enjoyed
Starroth video.
I love having George on. He's like always got something inspiring and motivational to say, and he knows how to put a little bit of that drive into you, like that energy transfers over, right? And then you feel like, this guy's telling me what he's doing that I can do too, and you kind of take on that belief, as little as it is, and then it's up to you to cultivate that and to grow it. He plants that seed for you, and then the rest is up to you. What do you want to
Yeah.
do? Do you want to chase this dream, or do you want to fucking lay on the couch here and watch watch Eugene and Rich live stream, right? It's all up to you. You know, everybody's got a choice. Anyway, it's been a blast, Glenn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sign off, and I've got some things to do, but I really appreciate having you come on.
Yeah, thanks for letting me on again. It's it's been a pleasure. It's been an experience today, that's for sure. Lot more than what I thought it was gonna.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Oh, George. Oh my goodness. Wow. George, you're such a beautiful soul. Wow. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you, George. I love you.
Get your perfume made, I guess.
Thank you, George.
On that note.
Yeah, no. that was sweet. Oh man. You know what? We'll be back. We'll be back soon before the holiday. Probably tomorrow, probably Thursday. And you know, hopefully we'll see you again. George, thank you. Ben, thank you. Houdini, thank you. Rich Mitch, thank you. Everybody in the chat, thank you so much. Love you all. We'll see you again soon.
Cheers, Eugene.
Thanks. Thanks, George.